Hello, amazing audience. Thanks for visiting Proxima What If. Today we unravel the story of what if Harry audited the Weasley vaults and found Dumbledore was paying them to spy on him. If stories make your day better, subscribe to join our family. Like and share to spread the love. And now, let's begin our tale. Chapter 1, The Ledger. The kitchen at the Burrow smelled like rosemary and lies. Harry didn't know about the lies yet, not consciously, anyway, but something had been sitting wrong in his chest for weeks now, a splinter he couldn't locate, and it dug a little deeper every time Molly Weasley set a plate in front of him and squeezed his shoulder with that particular combination of warmth and intention that had always made him feel like he'd finally, impossibly, found home. 3 months since the Battle of Hogwarts. 3 months since he'd died and come back, since Voldemort had crumbled to ash, since the world had exhaled. Harry had moved into the Burrow the day after the funerals, all 63 of them, held across a week that felt like a decade, because Molly had insisted, because Ginny had looked at him with those brown eyes, because where else was he going to go? The Dursleys? Grim old place, with its dust and darkness and creatures muttering. So he stayed. He slept in Ron's room under a Chudley Cannon's poster that was starting to peel at the corners. He ate Molly's cooking 3 times a day. He let Ginny lean against him on the sofa in the evenings while the wireless played. He helped Arthur degnome the garden on Sundays. He existed in the warmth of the Weasley family like a man standing in front of a fire after a long winter, and he told himself this was happiness. But the splinter. It was in the way Molly watched him when she thought he wasn't looking, not with maternal affection, but with a kind of cataloguing intensity, as if she were taking notes. It was in how Ron steered conversations away from money, from Gringotts, from anything to do with Harry's inheritance, changing the subject with a laugh that was just a half-beat too quick. It was in the letters Molly sent every Tuesday afternoon, always leaving the room to write them, always coming back with ink on her fingers and an expression that smoothed itself into normalcy a moment too late. Tiny things. Things he might never have noticed if he hadn't spent 7 years learning to read danger in the silences between words. He noticed. He just didn't know what he was noticing yet. The morning it started, the real start, the one he'd look back on and divide his life into before and after, Harry was sitting at the kitchen table with a cup of tea, watching rain trace patterns down the window. Ron was still sleeping. Ginny was out flying, she flew every morning now, training for the Harpies tryouts, and Harry suspected she also flew because it was the only place where nobody asked her how she was doing. Arthur had left for the ministry an hour ago. George hadn't come by in weeks, which worried everyone but which no one knew how to address. Molly was at the stove, flipping bacon with her wand, humming something tuneless. "Harry, dear," she said without turning around, "you've got an owl." He looked up. A large tawny owl was sitting on the windowsill, looking irritated by the rain. Harry opened the window and took the letter, recognizing the heavy parchment and the wax seal before he even looked at the embossed insignia. Gringotts. He broke the seal and read, "Lord Potterblack, per Goblin Banking Regulation 4217, Succession and Inheritance Protocols, you are required to present yourself at Gringotts Wizarding Bank within 14 days to formally accept stewardship of the Potter Family Vault, Vault 687, the Potter Estate Vault, Vault 712, and the Black Family Vault, Vault 711. Failure to appear will result in automatic asset forfeiture per the Unclaimed Estates Act of 1743. Additionally, a comprehensive audit of all transactional activity related to your estates has been prepared for your review, as is standard for incoming account holders. Your presence is expected. Gripclaw Senior Account Manager Potterblack Estates. Harry read it twice. He'd known this was coming, serious as will, his parents' estate, the sheer mechanical reality of being the last of 2 ancient and noble houses, but he'd been putting it off. Money had never mattered much to him, which he supposed was the luxury of someone who'd had a vault full of gold since he was 11. "Everything all right?" Molly asked, and there it was again, that fraction of a second where her eyes sharpened before softening. "Gringotts," Harry said. "Got to go sort out the vaults." Something passed across Molly's face. It was fast, gone before he could properly read it, but it looked remarkably like alarm. "Oh, I'm sure there's no rush," she said. "You've only just started to relax. Why don't I write to them and ask for an extension? I know how those goblins can be, always pushing and pushing. It's fine, Molly. I'll go today." "Today?" She set down her spatula. "Harry, dear, wouldn't you rather have Ron go with you? Or Arthur? Arthur could take the morning off, I'm sure. I can handle a bank appointment on my own." He said it gently, but something in his tone made her stop. She looked at him for a long moment, then smiled, the warm, encompassing, everything is fine smile that had been his lighthouse for 7 years. "Of course you can," she said. "Of course you can, dear." He finished his tea, pulled on his jacket, and apparat to Diagon Alley. The walk to Gringotts was strange. 3 months post-war, and the alley was still finding its shape. Half the shops were boarded up, others freshly painted in colors so aggressive they seemed desperate. Ollivander's was open again, but the old man stood in the doorway sometimes and stared at nothing, rubbing his wrists where the manacle scars hadn't fully healed. Fortescue's was closed permanently. No one talked about what had happened to Florian. A ministry banner hung across the entrance to Knockturn Alley reading "Reconstruction in Progress," which was a polite way of saying they'd collapsed every tunnel and sealed every shop. People recognized Harry. They always did. But the post-war recognition was different, heavier, needier. They didn't just stare, they reached for him, touched his arm, thanked him with tears in their eyes. A woman he'd never met kissed his hand in front of Quality Quidditch Supplies and called him "our savior," and Harry smiled and gently extracted himself and tried not to think about the fact that he was 18 years old and had already died once. Gringotts still bore the scars of the break-in. The great marble facade had been repaired, but if you looked closely, you could see where the new stone met the old, a paler white, a slightly different grain. The goblins had fixed the physical damage, but they hadn't forgotten. Harry could feel at the moment he walked through the bronze doors, a watchfulness, a weighing. "Harry Potter," said the goblin at the front desk, looking up with eyes that could have been carved from obsidian. "You are expected." "Lord Potterblack," Harry corrected quietly. The goblin blinked. Then, very slowly, he inclined his head, the goblin equivalent of a standing ovation. "Lord Potterblack. Gripclaw is waiting. Follow the corridor to the 7th door." Harry followed the corridor. Gringotts was larger than most wizards realized. The tunnels and vaults were famous, but above ground, the bank extended back in a labyrinth of offices, meeting rooms, and chambers that smelled of old gold and older grudges. The 7th door was heavy oak, reinforced with iron bands, and bore a small brass plate that read, "Gripclaw, Senior Account Manager, Ancient and Noble Houses Division." Harry knocked. The door swung open on its own. The office beyond was unlike any goblin workspace Harry had seen. Where most goblin areas were cramped and obsessively utilitarian, Gripclaw's office was spacious, lined with dark wood shelves holding leather-bound ledgers that stretched to the ceiling. A massive desk dominated the center, made from some material that wasn't quite stone and wasn't quite metal. It seemed to drink the lamplight. Behind the desk sat a goblin who was, by goblin standards, enormous, easily 4 feet tall, broad-shouldered, with a jaw like a clenched fist and eyes the color of tarnished silver. "Sit," said Gripclaw. Harry sat. Gripclaw studied him for a long moment, the kind of appraisal that a jeweler gives a stone he suspects might be genuine. Then he opened a drawer and produced a leather folder so thick it could have stopped a hex. "The Standard Inheritance Review," Gripclaw said, "takes approximately 40 minutes. Yours will take considerably longer." "Why?" "Because you are heir to 2 ancient and noble houses, because both estates have been under third-party management for 17 years, and because the transactional history of your accounts is," he paused, selecting his word with surgical precision, "extensive." He opened the folder and began. The first hour was straightforward. The Potter family vault, Vault 687, the one Harry had visited as a child, contained approximately 93,000 galleons in liquid gold, plus assorted heirlooms. The Potter estate vault, Vault 712, which Harry hadn't known existed, held significantly more: land deeds, investment portfolios, property titles, and approximately 2.4 million galleons accumulated over centuries of Potter family wealth. The Black family vault was larger still: 3.1 million galleons, extensive dark artifact collections that had been quarantined, and property holdings that included 12, Grimald Place, a manor in Normandy, and what appeared to be a small island off the coast of Wales. Harry absorbed this with the strange numbness of a man who had grown up sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs. "There is also the matter of third-party access," Gripclaw said, turning to a new section of the folder. "Third-party access. During your minority, your magical guardian, Albus Dumbledore, held administrative authority over your accounts. This is standard for underage heirs. What is not standard is the volume of authorized transactions conducted on your behalf." Gripclaw's silver eyes glittered. "Or rather, transactions conducted without your behalf." Harry leaned forward. "What transactions?" Gripclaw produced a separate ledger, thinner than the main folder, but bound in red leather with gold clasps. He set it on the desk between them with the careful precision of someone laying down a loaded weapon. "Outgoing payments from Vault 713-B, a secondary operational fund established by Albus Dumbledore in 1981, to various recipients over a 17-year period. The payments are annotated. I will allow you to review them yourself." Harry opened the ledger. The first page was a table of contents, organized by recipient. His eye caught several familiar names: Arabella Figg, Mundungus Fletcher, Daedalus Diggle, Hestia Jones. And then, on a line of its own, with a subledger reference indicating the most extensive entry, Weasley Family, Vault 237, recurring. Harry turned to the Weasley section. The entries began in August of 1991, the month Harry had first met the Weasley family at King's Cross Station. The month Molly Weasley had been standing on platform 9 3/4, loudly discussing the location of the Hogwarts Express in a station full of muggles, as if she hadn't been making that journey with her children for a decade. The first payment was 50 galleons. The annotation read, "Initial contact. Subject integration, Phase 1. Family assigned primary monitoring role per Directive 7. Harry stared at the words until they stopped looking like language. He turned the page. The payments were monthly. 50 galleons through the first year, increasing to 75 after what the ledger called successful bond establishment. Subject shows strong familial attachment to Weasley household. Each payment was annotated with a brief summary. December 1991, subject spent Christmas at Hogwarts. Weasley mother sent hand-knitted jumper, approved expenditure, reimbursed separately. Subject's emotional response to gift noted, recommend continued personalized attention. June 1992, subject rescued from abusive home environment by Weasley's sons, unauthorized action, see disciplinary note. However, subject's loyalty to family unit significantly strengthened. Adjusting upward. August 1992, subject residing at Weasley household. Full integration achieved ahead of schedule. See attached behavioral assessment. Harry's hands were very still on the pages. His breathing hadn't changed. His expression hadn't shifted. But something behind his eyes had gone quiet in a way that would have frightened anyone who knew what Harry Potter looked like when he was truly dangerous. He turned more pages. The payments increased over the years. There were bonuses, that was the word used, bonuses, for specific events. 100 galleons after the Triwizard Tournament, for maintaining subject proximity during high-stress period. 200 after the Department of Mysteries, for emotional support and continued loyalty reinforcement. The annotations for years 6 and 7 were shorter, more urgent, reflecting the war, subject increasingly independent. Recommend intensified contact. Weasley daughter's relationship with subject proceeding as discussed, see Behavioral Influence Report 12. Harry stopped on that line. Weasley daughter's relationship with subject proceeding as discussed. He closed his eyes. When he opened them, Gripclaw was watching him with an expression that was not quite sympathy. Goblins didn't do sympathy, but something adjacent. Recognition, perhaps. The goblin had seen this before. The moment when a client discovered the true price of something they believed was free. Who wrote the annotations? Harry asked. His voice was level. The primary reports were authored by Molly Weasley, Gripclaw said. There are secondary contributions from, he consulted a separate document, Ronald Weasley, beginning in the subject's 4th year. His reports are less detailed. Less disciplined. But present. Ron. Yes. Harry was quiet for a long time. Rain drummed against the high windows of Gripclaw's office. Are there copies of the actual reports? He asked. Gripclaw pulled another folder from his drawer. Per Goblin banking law, all documents attached to financial transactions are archived. These are your copies, Lord Potterblack. They belong to your estate. Harry took the folder. He didn't open it yet. He wasn't ready. But he held it, and its weight was real in a way that nothing in his life had been for 3 months. You said there were other recipients, Harry said. Arabella Figg. Mundungus Fletcher. Mrs. Figg received a monthly stipend of 15 galleons for what is described as local monitoring during subject's pre-Hogwarts period. Mr. Fletcher received irregular payments for asset tracking. I believe this refers to surveillance of your movements during summers. There are smaller payments to various Order of the Phoenix members for proximity maintenance and incidental reporting. Harry almost laughed. Almost. He had the whole order spying on me. Not the whole order. Perhaps 60%. The remainder appear to have been genuine volunteers. Gripclaw paused. The goblins have a saying, Lord Potterblack, gold does not lie, even when the people who spend it do. These records are authentic. The transaction seals are unbreakable. I believe you. Harry looked down at the red leather ledger. You said I have access to all vaults that transacted with my estate. As Lord Potterblack, you have audit rights over any vault that engaged in financial interaction with the Potter or Black accounts. Goblin law is quite clear on this matter. Your ministry may operate on secrets and handshakes, but Gringotts operates on gold. And gold leaves trails. I want full audits on every vault connected to Dumbledore's operational fund. Every recipient, every payment, every annotation. Everything. Gripclaw's thin lips pulled back from his teeth, a grin that had nothing to do with friendliness and everything to do with the particular satisfaction a goblin felt when the machinery of accountability engaged. Now you're asking the right questions, Lord Potterblack. Harry stood. He tucked the red ledger and the reports folder under his arm. Then he paused. One more thing. There's a note here about Potter family artifacts being redirected. Something called the linchpin stone. Gripclaw's expression shifted. The grin disappeared, replaced by something Harry had rarely seen on a goblin's face, unease. The linchpin stone, Gripclaw said slowly, was removed from the Potter estate vault in 1982 on Dumbledore's authority. It is listed as, transferred to secure holding, but the destination vault is redacted, which should not be possible under Goblin banking protocol. What is it? It is a Potter family heirloom older than your ministry, older than your school, and far more important than either. Beyond that, I am not at liberty to speculate. The records describe it only as a Class 1 sovereign artifact, which is a classification we have not used in over 400 years. Find it, Harry said. We have been looking for it since 1982, Lord Potterblack. Wherever Dumbledore hid it, he hid it well. Gripclaw met his eyes. But we will keep looking. The goblins have long memories and longer patience. Harry nodded and turned to leave. Lord Potterblack, Gripclaw called after him. Harry looked back. Be careful who you confront with this information. The gold in those ledgers bought more than surveillance. It bought loyalty, silence, and the kind of complicity that people will do very ugly things to keep hidden. "I know," Harry said. "I've been dealing with ugly things since I was 11. He walked out of the office and down the corridor toward the main lobby, the ledger pressed against his ribs like a wound. The lobby of Gringotts was busy for a Tuesday morning. Post-war financial reconstruction had everyone scrambling, from pure-blood families trying to unfreeze their assets to muggle-born wizards who'd been on the run for a year and were trying to access accounts they hadn't touched since the ministry fell. Harry moved through the crowd with his head down, but he wasn't really seeing any of it. He was doing arithmetic in his head, not of gold, but of years. 7 years of payments. 7 years of reports. 7 Christmases at the Burrow, 7 summers of feeling like he belonged, and every single one of them annotated and filed and compensated. The worst part wasn't the betrayal. The worst part was that he wasn't surprised. He was almost to the main doors when he heard a voice, sharp, precise, and utterly furious, cutting through the lobby noise in a language that definitely wasn't English. A young woman was standing at one of the teller windows, speaking gobbledygook. Not the broken, tourist phrase gobbledygook that some wizards attempted to impress the goblins. This was fluent, rapid, and from the teller's expression, being deployed with devastating effectiveness. She was tall, dark-haired, with the kind of aristocratic bone structure that said old money and the kind of fire in her eyes that said she wasn't going to let anyone take it from her. The teller was arguing back, but losing ground. The woman switched to English mid-sentence, as if gobbledygook alone wasn't sufficient to convey the full scope of her displeasure. And Section 14 of the Gringotts Charter clearly states that asset freezes require either a criminal conviction or a Wisengamot majority vote, neither of which has occurred. My father was never a Death Eater, never took the mark, never raised a wand against anyone during the war. The only crime the Greengrass family committed was having the misfortune to be sorted into Slytherin, and last I checked, that wasn't grounds for financial persecution, Miss Greengrass, the teller began wearily. Lady Greengrass, as of 3 weeks ago, since my father is too ill to manage the estate. And I want to speak with a senior manager, not a teller who's reading refusal scripts off a card. Harry stopped walking. He knew her, not well, not personally, but the way you know everyone in a year group when there are only 40 of you. Daphne Greengrass. Slytherin. Quiet, clever, kept to herself. She'd stayed out of the war as much as anyone could, and he had a vague memory of seeing her during the Battle of Hogwarts, not fighting for Voldemort but also not fleeing. She'd been evacuating younger students through a side passage, calm as stone while the castle burned around her. She turned from the teller, jaw set, and caught him staring. For a moment, they just looked at each other. She didn't do the thing most people did, the flicker to the scar, the widening eyes, the performance of recognition. She looked at his face, and something in her expression shifted. "You look like someone who just learned the price of something he thought was free," she said. The words landed like a physical blow, not because they were cruel, but because they were the most accurate thing anyone had said to him in months. Maybe years. Harry opened his mouth, but nothing came out. What was he supposed to say? "Yes, actually, I just found out my entire childhood was a paid surveillance operation." Daphne seemed to read his silence accurately. She didn't push, didn't pry, didn't offer comfort. She just gave him a nod that was almost respectful and walked past him toward the doors. He watched her go and thought, absurdly, that she was the first person he'd spoken to in 3 months who hadn't wanted anything from him. Then he left Gringotts and stood in the rain outside and let the water hit his face and tried to figure out what to do with the fact that his life was a lie. He didn't go back to the Burrow right away. He walked through Diagon Alley, then through the Leaky Cauldron, then out into Muggle London, where nobody knew his name and nobody cared about his scar and the rain was just rain. He walked for 2 hours, the red ledger and the reports folder shrunk and tucked inside his jacket, pressing against his chest with every step. He found a bench in a park somewhere near Embankment and sat down and opened the reports folder. Molly's handwriting was familiar, round, warm, the same hand that had written him birthday cards and care packages and letters that said "We're thinking of you, dear." He'd always loved her handwriting. It looked like home. Now it looked like a case file. September 1, 1991, subject arrived at King's Cross as planned. Approached our family with no suspicion. Ron has made initial contact per instructions. Subject appears malnourished, undersized for his age, and socially underdeveloped. Shows signs of emotional deprivation consistent with Dumbledore's assessment of home environment. Recommend maintaining current placement with Muggle relatives during summers to preserve emotional vulnerability and maximize bonding with our family during school year. Harry read that last sentence 3 times. Recommend maintaining current placement with Muggle relatives during summers to preserve emotional vulnerability and maximize bonding with our family during school year. She'd known. Molly had known about the Dursleys, not just known, but factored them in. Harry's misery at Privet Drive wasn't a regrettable necessity, it was a strategic asset. Keep the boy starved for love so he'd be grateful for any scrap of it. Keep him lonely so he'd bond harder when affection was offered. Harry set down the report. He leaned forward, elbows on knees, and breathed. He didn't cry. He was distantly aware that he probably should, that a normal person would, but something in him had moved past grief and into a place that was very cold and very clear. It felt like the moment in the forest when he'd walked to his own death, a terrible calm, a settling of accounts. He picked up the reports again and kept reading. Ron's contributions began in the 4th year, which tracked. Harry remembered the fight during the Triwizard Tournament, Ron's jealousy, the weeks of silence, the ugly accusation that Harry had put his name in the goblet. He'd always attributed it to Ron being Ron, insecure, overshadowed, struggling with his own inadequacy. But Ron's first report was dated October 31, 1994, the night Harry's name came out of the goblet, and it read, "Mom says I have to write these now. She says it's important and the gold is important and I should think about the family." Harry didn't put his name in, I know he didn't, but Mom says I should act angry for a while so Harry thinks about how much he needs me. Then when I come back he'll be more grateful. I hate this. I hate this but I'm going to do it because Mom asked and because we need the money. I'm sorry, Harry, even though you'll never read this. Harry stared at that last line. I'm sorry, Harry, even though you'll never read this. The 4th year. The abandonment during the Horcrux hunt, had that been orchestrated too? He rifled through the pages, looking for a report from that period, but found nothing. Either Ron had stopped writing reports during the war, or the records were incomplete. Harry didn't know which possibility was worse. He closed the folder. He sat in the rain for another 20 minutes, until his clothes were soaked through and a passing jogger gave him a concerned look. Then he stood up, squared his shoulders, and apparat to the burrow. The crack of his arrival echoed across the yard. The chickens scattered. Inside, he could see the warm yellow glow of the kitchen windows, and the silhouettes of people moving behind the glass. Dinner preparations. Ordinary life. The performance of family. Harry walked through the back door. The kitchen was full. Molly at the stove, Arthur just home from work and reading the Prophet at the table, Ron half asleep in a chair with his long legs stretched out, Ginny cross-legged on the counter eating an apple, and, unexpectedly, Bill and Fleur, visiting for dinner. George was absent, as he had been for weeks. They all looked up when Harry walked in. "Harry, dear, you're soaked," Molly said, already reaching for her wand to cast a drying charm. "Come sit down, dinner's almost." "Not yet," Harry said. Something in his voice stopped her. Stopped all of them. The kitchen went quiet in a way that the Burrow kitchen never went quiet. It was a room built for noise and warmth and chaos, and silence sat in it like a stranger. Harry reached into his jacket and pulled out the red leather ledger. He'd resized it during the walk, and it sat in his hand with its gold clasps catching the lamplight. He crossed to the kitchen table and set it down, right next to Arthur's Evening Prophet, with a deliberateness that made the act feel ceremonial. "I went to Gringotts today," Harry said. "They gave me an audit of my accounts. All of them. including every transaction that involved the Potter or Black estates. Molly's hand was frozen halfway to her wand. Her face had gone the color of old parchment. "I think we should talk about this," Harry said. Nobody moved. Ron was the first to react. Not with words, with his body. He went rigid in his chair, every line of him taut, and his eyes locked on the red ledger with an expression of pure, animal terror. The blood drained from his face so fast that his freckles stood out like burns. "Harry," he said. "Harry, listen, don't." Harry held up a hand. The gesture was small but absolute, and Ron's mouth closed. Arthur set down the prophet. He looked at the ledger, then at Molly, and Harry watched a decade of complicity pass between them in a single glance. Arthur's shoulders sagged. He looked like a man watching a building collapse in slow motion, horrified but unsurprised. "What is this?" Ginny asked, looking between her parents and Harry with growing alarm. "What's going on?" "Why don't you ask your mother?" Harry said. Molly Weasley was a formidable woman. Harry had seen her kill Bellatrix Lestrange with a fury that could have melted steel. But right now, standing in her own kitchen with a wooden spoon still in her hand and the smell of roast chicken filling the air, she looked small. "Harry," she said, and her voice cracked on the word. "Harry, dear, you have to understand, I understand plenty. I've had a long walk to think about it." Harry opened the ledger to the first page and turned it so the table could see. Monthly payments from Dumbledore's operational fund to the Weasley family vault, beginning August 1991. Annotated with surveillance reports on my behavior, my emotional state, my relationships. Authored primarily by you, Molly. With contributions from Ron starting in 4th year. The words fell into the kitchen like stones into still water, and the ripples went everywhere. Ginny slid off the counter. "What?" Bill leaned forward and picked up the ledger. His curse-breakers eye moved over the page with professional efficiency. Harry could see him checking the authentication charms, the transaction seals, the goblin verification marks. His jaw tightened. "These are genuine," Bill said quietly. "Mum." Molly's eyes were filling with tears. It isn't what it looks like. It looks like you were paid to befriend me," Harry said. "It looks like my first Christmas jumper was a reimbursable expense. It looks like Ron's friendship came with a monthly stipend and Ginny's interest in me was, proceeding as discussed. Those are direct quotes, by the way. From your reports." "My what?" Ginny's voice came out high and sharp. She grabbed the ledger from Bill and began flipping pages, her eyes scanning at speed. Harry watched her face change, watched the confusion become comprehension become something that looked like it might break her. "Mum," she whispered. "Mum, what is this? What does, proceeding as discussed, mean?" Molly pressed her hand over her mouth. Arthur stood up slowly, his chair scraping against the stone floor. "Molly," Arthur said, and it was the voice of a man who had rehearsed this moment in his nightmares. "We need to tell the truth." "The truth," Harry repeated. "That would be new." "Harry," Ron started again. "You knew, Ron." Harry's voice didn't rise. It dropped, which was worse. "You've known since 4th year. Your mother told you after the first task, told you what was at stake, what the gold was for. Your jealousy, the fight, the weeks of silence, that was manufactured. She told you to pull away so I'd value you more when you came back." Ron looked like he was going to be sick. His mouth opened and closed several times before words came out. No, that's not, Harry, I really was jealous. I really was angry. Mum told me about the payments and she said I should, she said, but the feelings were real, I swear the feelings were they? Which part? The resentment that had been simmering since 1st year because you knew you were being paid to be my friend and hated yourself for it? Or the loyalty that kept you coming back because the alternative was admitting the whole thing was a transaction? Ron flinched as if Harry had hit him. "That's not fair." "You're right. None of this is fair. Fleur had taken Bill's hand. She was watching the scene with the expression of someone who had grown up in a culture where certain things were simply not done, where family meant something inviolable, and was witnessing that covenant shattered in real time. She said nothing, but her grip on Bill's hand was white-knuckled. Bill took the ledger back from Ginny, who had stopped reading and was standing very still with her arms wrapped around herself. He flipped to a page near the back and read aloud, June 1997. Subject increasingly emotionally attached to Weasley daughter. Recommend encouraging relationship to maintain proximity and emotional dependency. Subject is entering critical operational phase. Loss of family bond at this juncture would be catastrophic to Directive 7 objectives. He looked up at his mother. What's Directive 7? Molly said nothing. She was crying now, silently, tears tracking down her face while her hands wrung the wooden spoon like she was trying to wring the truth out of it. Arthur spoke instead. His voice was flat, exhausted, the voice of a man who had been carrying a weight for years and had just felt the rope snap. Directive 7 was Dumbledore's operational plan for Harry. It covered everything, where he lived, who he interacted with, what information he had access to, how his emotional bonds were managed. He set it up the night he left Harry at the Dursleys. How long have you known? Harry asked. Arthur met his eyes. It was the first time anyone in the room had managed to do that, and Harry gave him credit for it even as his chest burned. Dumbledore approached Molly after Harry's first year, Arthur said. He said Harry needed a stable family anchor. He said the Weasleys were ideal because Ron had already formed a genuine connection. He offered to supplement our income in exchange for monitoring, Harry said. Surveillance. Reports on my mental state and behavior, filed monthly. Keep the weapon well maintained. He didn't use those words. He didn't have to. The ledger uses them for him. Ginny spoke then, and her voice was thin and strange. Did you know? Dad, did you know what she was writing about me and Harry? About encouraging me? Arthur's face contorted with guilt. I didn't read the reports. I told myself it was just updates, just letting Dumbledore know Harry was safe. I left the details to your mother. That's not an answer, Ginny said. Did you know she was trying to make me fall in love with Harry because Dumbledore wanted it? Silence. A log popped in the fireplace. Somewhere outside, one of the ghouls' pipes clanked. Your feelings are your own, Ginny, Molly said, her voice breaking. I never told you what to feel. I told you stories, when you were small. Stories about Harry. I thought it would be nice if your assignment married his handler's daughter. Harry said. Very tidy. Very Dumbledore. Don't you dare, Molly snapped, and for a moment the old fire was back, Molly Weasley defending her choices with the same ferocity she'd used to defend her children. Don't you dare stand there and reduce what this family gave you to gold and paperwork. I loved you, Harry Potter. I loved you from the moment I saw you on that platform, a skinny little boy with no one in the world, and everything I did, was documented and compensated. I have the receipts. Molly's face crumbled. The wooden spoon dropped from her hand and clattered on the floor, and the sound was very loud in the silent kitchen. Bill stood up. He was a tall man, weathered by years of curse-breaking in Egyptian tombs, and when he drew himself to his full height, the resemblance to Arthur was striking, but harder, sharper, forged in fire instead of quiet compromise. I need to ask something, Bill said, and I need an honest answer. Did Fred know? Molly shook her head mutely. George. Another shake. Percy. A pause. A fractional hesitation that Bill caught immediately. Mum. Did Percy know? He found out, Arthur said quietly. During his time at the ministry. He found a reference in a file and confronted us. It was part of the reason part of why he left. The room absorbed this. Harry watched Bill process it, watched the big brother recalculate years of family history, re-examine a falling out that everyone had attributed to Percy's ambition and arrogance, and arrive at a very different conclusion. "Percy left because he was disgusted with us," Bill said. "And we called him a traitor." Nobody contradicted him. Harry picked up the red ledger and the reports folder. He held them at his side. He looked around the kitchen, at the clock on the wall with its 9 hands, most still pointed to home, at the dishes washing themselves in the sink, at the family photographs crowding every surface, himself grinning from half of them. This kitchen had been his sanctuary. The smell of Molly's cooking had been his amortentia. This house had been the answer to every prayer he'd whispered in the darkness of his cupboard. And all of it was in the file. "I'm leaving," Harry said. "Harry, please," Molly stepped toward him. "Don't follow me. Don't write to me. Don't send anyone after me. I need time to think, and I need to do it somewhere that isn't," he gestured at the kitchen, at the warmth, at the lie, this. He turned toward the door. He'd almost reached it when Ron's chair scraped back and Ron was on his feet, face blotchy, eyes red. "Harry. Harry, wait. Please. I need you to know, I need you to hear me say, it was real. Whatever else it was real. You're my best mate. You've always been my best mate. I would have been your friend without the gold, without the reports, without any of it. You have to believe that." Harry stopped at the door. He didn't turn around. "The problem, Ron," he said quietly, "is that I can't know that. I'll never be able to know that. Because you took the gold. And now every memory I have of us is something I have to question." He paused. "Was any of it real, Ron? Any of it?" Ron opened his mouth. The words didn't come fast enough. A second passed, then 2, and in that silence Harry heard everything he needed to hear. He walked out the door. Behind him, the kitchen erupted. Ginny's voice, high and furious, demanding answers. Bill's measured cursebreaker's tone cutting through the noise. Molly sobbing. Arthur's defeated monotone. Ron saying nothing at all. Harry crossed the yard. The rain had stopped, replaced by a heavy mist that clung to the hills around Ottery St. Catchpole. He walked past the chicken coop, past the broomstick shed, past the garden where he'd degnomed with Arthur on a dozen golden Sunday mornings. He walked until he reached the boundary of the Weasley property wards, and then he disapparated. He landed in Diagon Alley. It was late, the shops were closing, the lamplighters moving through the dusk, and his feet carried him to Gringotts before his brain caught up with the decision. The bank was still open. Gringotts never closed. The goblin's relationship with gold was not subject to business hours. Harry walked through the bronze doors for the second time that day and went straight to Gripclaw's office. The goblin was still at his desk, as if he'd been waiting. "Lord Potterblack," Gripclaw said. "I expected you'd return." "The full audit," Harry said. "Every vault. Every transaction. I want to see all of it. It will take time to compile. I'm not going anywhere." He sat down in the client chair. Gripclaw studied him for a moment, then pulled out a fresh stack of ledgers. "There is one more matter," the goblin said, "that I believe is relevant to your current investigations." "What?" "The Dumbledore Operational Fund, Vault 713-B, was established with a specific charter. Upon Dumbledore's death, the charter should have terminated and the remaining funds redistributed to his estate. This did not happen." Harry frowned. "Why not?" "Because someone filed a continuation order. The vault remains active. Payments are still being made." Harry felt the cold clarity sharpen. "Who filed the continuation order?" "The signatory is Elphias Doge." "Doge?" Harry knew the name, old friend of Dumbledore's, order member, wrote the eulogizing obituary for the prophet. "He has the authority to keep Dumbledore's spy fund running." He was listed as secondary executor on the vault charter. Upon Dumbledore's death, operational authority transferred to him automatically. Gripclaw pulled out another document. The payments have continued. Modified, but continuing. New recipients have been added. Several old ones have been removed. New recipients. Who? I am still compiling that information. But I can tell you that the payment annotations have shifted in language. They no longer reference subject monitoring. The new terminology is Shepherd Protocol. Shepherd Protocol. Gripclaw's silver eyes glittered. I do not know what it means. But I intend to find out. The goblins take a dim view of unauthorized financial operations conducted through our institution. He paused. Particularly when those operations appear to be funding an intelligence network that operates outside any governmental oversight. Harry sat back in his chair. The ledger was heavy in his lap. The rain had started again, drumming against the high windows of Gringotts, and somewhere in the depths of the bank, the carts rattled through their endless tunnels, carrying gold and secrets to places that daylight never reached. Dumbledore was dead. Voldemort was dead. The war was over. And somehow, impossibly, the web was still spinning. Gripclaw, Harry said. Lord Potterblack. How would you feel about working late tonight? The goblin grinned. It was a sharp, predatory expression that showed too many teeth and contained no warmth whatsoever, and it was the most honest thing Harry had seen all day. I thought you'd never ask. They worked through the night. Gripclaw's assistants brought ledger after ledger, transaction histories, property records, trust documentation, authorization forms bearing Dumbledore's distinctive signature. Harry went through them with a methodical intensity that surprised the goblin. Most wizards had no head for financial documents, but Harry attacked them with the same tactical focus he'd brought to hunting Horcruxes. By midnight, the picture was becoming clear. Dumbledore had maintained operational control over Harry's life through three primary mechanisms. First, the financial web, payments to the Weasleys, to Arabella Figg, to Mundungus Fletcher, and to a rotating cast of Order members, all tasked with specific aspects of Harry's monitoring and management. Second, institutional control. As headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore had direct influence over Harry's education, his social environment, and his exposure to information. Third, and this was the one that made Harry's jaw clench, property and asset manipulation. Dumbledore had used his authority as Harry's magical guardian to redirect Potter family assets, including the linchpin stone, and to freeze Harry's access to his full inheritance until his 17th birthday. He was thorough, Harry said, setting down a stack of authorization forms at 2 a.m. He was Dumbledore, Gripclaw replied, which was apparently the goblin equivalent of the same statement. The Shepherds, this network Doge is running. Do you have a list of members? Not yet. But the payment records will reveal them. Every intelligence operative must be paid, and payment leaves traces. Even Dumbledore could not circumvent that fundamental truth. Harry rubbed his eyes. What do the goblins think about all this? Gripclaw set down his quill and regarded Harry with an expression that might have been respect. The goblins think that your Dumbledore was a very clever wizard who believed his intelligence entitled him to make decisions for others. We have seen his kind before. Goblin history is full of wizard lords who believed they knew best. He paused. They were usually wrong. And the linchpin stone? Still missing. But now that you have formally claimed the Potter estate, we have legal grounds to conduct a full search. If it is in a Gringotts vault, any vault, we will find it. Harry nodded. He looked at the mountain of documents surrounding him, at the red leather ledger that had torn his world apart, at the rain still streaming down the high windows. He thought about the burrow, warm, golden, false. He thought about Molly's face when she broke. About Ron's silence when it mattered most. About Ginny reading the ledger and realizing that her own heart might have been someone else's project. And then he thought about Daphne Greengrass, standing in this very lobby 12 hours ago, fighting for her family's assets with fluent gobbledygook and a spine made of adamant. You look like someone who just learned the price of something he thought was free. She'd been right. But the price wasn't in galleons. It was in years, and trust, and the particular agony of discovering that the love you built your life on had a line item in someone else's budget. Grip Claw, Harry said. I need a place to stay. Not Grimmauld Place, not yet. Somewhere Dumbledore's people don't know about. The Potter estate includes a London flat, Gripclaw said, consulting a property ledger. 43 Cheyne Walk, Chelsea. It has been under preservation charms since your parents' death. Dumbledore appears to have overlooked it. The property was registered under your grandmother's maiden name, and the documentation was filed in the Muggle Property Registry, which Dumbledore had no reason to monitor. He overlooked it, or he didn't think I'd ever find it. With Dumbledore, the distinction was often academic. Harry almost smiled. Give me the keys. Gripclaw produced a small iron key from a drawer, old, heavy, warm to the touch. The wards will recognize your blood. The flat is furnished. There is a Flug connection, currently inactive, that can be re-established at your request. Harry took the key. He stood up from the desk, stretching muscles that had been clenched for hours, and looked down at the goblin. Thank you, Gripclaw. For all of this. The goblin tilted his head. You are a client, Lord Potterblack. I serve your interests because you pay me to. That is an honest transaction, the only kind worth having. He paused, and something almost warm entered his silver eyes. But I will admit that this particular account has become professionally satisfying. Harry left Gringotts as dawn was breaking over Diagon Alley. The rain had stopped. The sky was a wash of grey and gold, and the first shopkeepers were opening their doors, and somewhere in the distance a street musician was playing a violin, a Muggle, probably, unaware that behind the invisible wall of the leaky cauldron, an entire civilization was waking up. Harry stood on the marble steps and breathed. The air smelled clean. Cold. New. He thought about what lay ahead. The shepherds. The linchpin stone. The Wisengamot seats he hadn't yet claimed. The web of surveillance and manipulation that Dumbledore had spun around him for 17 years, now apparently continuing under new management. The ancient, terrifying something that Gripclaw had hinted at, a threat so great that Dumbledore had believed it justified everything. He thought about Ron's letter. No, Ron hadn't written a letter yet. That would come later. He thought about Ron's face in the kitchen, blotchy and desperate. He thought about whether it was possible for a friendship to be both real and purchased, both genuine and manufactured, and whether that distinction mattered in the end. He didn't have an answer. Not yet. But he had the ledger. He had the truth. And for the first time in his life, truly the first time, because before this he hadn't even known the cage existed, he was free to decide what came next. Harry Potter tucked the iron key into his pocket, descended the marble steps, and walked into the first morning of his real life. Behind him, in the depths of Gringotts, Gripclaw was already pulling the next set of files. The goblin worked with the meticulous pleasure of a craftsman engaged in his finest project. He had been managing accounts for 87 years, and he had never encountered a web this intricate, this far-reaching, this audacious. He was going to enjoy taking it apart. And in a quiet office somewhere in the Ministry of Magic, an old wizard with kind eyes and a gentle smile was reading a monitoring report, not from the Weasleys, not anymore, but from one of a dozen other sources still feeding information into the system Dumbledore had built. The report noted that Harry Potter had visited Gringotts. That he had spent an unusually long time with his account manager. That he had left looking, in the observer's words, different. Elphias Doge set down the report and removed his glasses and polished them with a handkerchief. Oh, Albus, he murmured to the empty room. He's found the ledger. He replaced his glasses. He opened a drawer and pulled out a sheaf of parchment covered in Dumbledore's handwriting, contingency plans, layered and precise, anticipating exactly this scenario. Well, Doge said softly. Contingency 7, then. He began to write. Chapter 2, The Web. The flat at 43 Cheyne Walk was smaller than Harry expected and more human than anything he'd inherited had a right to be. 2 bedrooms, a kitchen with a window overlooking the Thames, a sitting room with bookshelves that still held his grandmother's novels, Muggle paperbacks with cracked spines, mixed in with wizarding texts on herbology and household charms. The preservation spells had kept everything frozen in 1981, a teacup on the counter, a pair of reading glasses on the windowsill, a coat hanging by the door that still smelled faintly of lavender. Harry stood in the sitting room at 6 in the morning, exhausted, running on nothing but adrenaline and the cold clarity that had settled into him like ice water, and he looked at the life his grandmother had left behind and felt something shift inside his chest. This was real. This was a place where a real person had lived, with no agendas and no directives and no surveillance protocols. Just a woman who liked Muggle novels and grew herbs on her windowsill. He slept for 4 hours on the sofa, fully dressed, with his wand in his hand. Old habits. When he woke, the morning light was hitting the Thames outside and turning it to hammered bronze, and he had 17 owl messages piled on the kitchen windowsill. He'd reactivated the owl redirect ward on the flat during the night. Any post addressed to Harry Potter would reroute here instead of the burrow. The owls had found him fast. He sorted through them with mechanical efficiency. 3 from Molly, increasingly desperate, tear-stained. 2 from Ron, short, inarticulate, the handwriting shaking. 1 from Ginny, which he set aside to read later because something about her handwriting, steadier than the others, angrier, suggested it deserved his full attention. 1 from Arthur, brief and formal and aching with shame. 1 from Hermione, who somehow already knew something was wrong even though she was in Australia reversing her parents' memory charms. Her letter simply said, Harry, whatever's happened, please don't do anything rash until we've talked. I love you. Be careful. He set Hermione's letter aside too. He'd write to her, but not yet. He needed facts before he could have that conversation, because Hermione would ask questions he couldn't yet answer, and the one question he was most afraid of was whether she'd been in on it too. The remaining messages were from the Ministry, from various well-wishers he didn't know, and from Gringotts. Gripclaw's note was characteristically terse, additional audit materials ready. Come at your convenience. Brought coffee. Harry showered, changed into fresh clothes he'd transfigured from the flat's linen closet, and apparat to Diagon Alley. 3 days passed. Harry spent them in Gripclaw's office, methodically dismantling Dumbledore's financial architecture. The Goblin had assembled a team, 4 junior account managers who brought stacks of ledgers and transaction records with an efficiency that bordered on zealous. The Goblins were, Harry realized, genuinely angry. Not on his behalf, Goblin empathy didn't work that way, but because Dumbledore had used Gringotts' infrastructure to run an unauthorized intelligence operation for 17 years, and they hadn't caught it. For a species that prided itself on knowing exactly where every Canute went, this was a professional humiliation of the highest order. The picture that emerged was staggering in its scope. The Weasley payments were the centerpiece, but they were far from the whole. Arabella Figg had received 15 galleons monthly from 1981 to 1991 for local surveillance during subjects' pre-Hogwarts residence. Her reports were brief, clinical, and heartbreaking. Subject observed doing yard work in July heat. No water provided. Subject appears to have lost weight since last observation. Reported to Dumbledore. No action taken. No action taken. Dumbledore had known. He'd always known. And he'd left Harry there anyway, because a boy desperate for love was easier to control than one who'd grown up with it. Mundungus Fletcher's payments were irregular and annotated with tasks that ranged from surveillance to petty theft. Several Potter family items had been redirected through Fletcher on Dumbledore's orders, including a set of goblin-made silverware that had ended up funding order operations. Harry's own inheritance, stolen and laundered to finance the organization that was supposedly protecting him. There were payments to Hogwarts house elves, not Dobby, who had been genuinely loyal, but others who'd been instructed to report on Harry's movements within the castle. Payments to the owner of the joke shop in Hogsmeade for incidental observation during Hogsmeade weekends. A single large payment to a name Harry didn't recognize, Thaddeus Vane, annotated only as Shepherd Protocol Initiation, see separate file. And then there were the payments that had continued after Dumbledore's death. Elphias Doge, operating as secondary executor of Vault 713-B, had modified the payment structure significantly. The Weasley payments had been reduced but not eliminated. They were still receiving 30 galleons monthly, though the annotations had shifted from subject monitoring to ongoing asset maintenance. New recipients had been added, a junior Auror in Kingsley's office, a clerk in the Department of International Magical Cooperation, a journalist at the Daily Prophet. And one payment that made Harry's blood go cold, 50 galleons monthly to an unnamed recipient, annotated simply as Greengrass Surveillance, new priority. When did this payment start? Harry asked, pointing to the entry. Gripclaw checked the date. 6 days ago. 6 days ago. The day after Harry had met Daphne Greengrass in the Gringotts lobby. Someone had been watching. Someone had seen them interact, noted it, reported it, and within 24 hours, the Shepherds had added Daphne to their target list. The speed of it was terrifying, not because of the threat, but because of what it implied about the density of the surveillance network. They had eyes inside Gringotts. Gripclaw, Harry said carefully. Who in this bank would have been in a position to observe my interaction with Daphne Greengrass 3 days ago? The goblin's expression went very still. Then it went very dangerous. That, he said, is a question I intend to answer personally. And the individual responsible will discover that goblin employment law is considerably less forgiving than the human variety. Harry nodded and moved on to the next stack of documents. On the 4th day, he went to Grimmauld Place. The house was exactly as miserable as he remembered, dark, dusty, reeking of old magic and older resentment. But it was his, and more importantly, it was defensible. The Fidelius charm that Dumbledore had placed on it had collapsed with the old man's death, but the Black family wards were ancient and vicious, and they answered to Harry's blood now. He spent 2 days cleaning. Not with magic, with his hands. There was something therapeutic about the physical labor, the mindless rhythm of scrubbing floors and clearing cobwebs and hauling dark artifacts into a pile in the basement for later disposal. He tore down the heavy curtains, replaced the gas lamps with clean magical light, and opened every window to let the London air in, even though the London air smelled like traffic and rain. The portrait of Walburga Black was a problem. She shrieked the moment he entered the hall, launching into her usual tirade about blood traders and mudbloods, and Harry stood in front of her for approximately 30 seconds before he pulled out his wand and began systematically dismantling the permanent sticking charm that held her to the wall. It took him 4 hours. The charm was layered, vicious, and anchored to the structural magic of the house itself. A year ago, he couldn't have done it. But Harry had spent the last year hunting Horcruxes, objects protected by the most powerful dark magic in existence, and he'd learned things about magical construction that no classroom could teach. He didn't overpower the charm, he unpicked it, layer by layer, following the threads of magic with a patience and precision that would have impressed a goblin. When the portrait finally came free from the wall with a shriek of outraged magic, Harry carried it to the garden, set it on the ground, and incinerated it. Walburga Black's screaming cut off mid-syllable. The silence that followed was one of the most satisfying things Harry had ever experienced. He went back inside and kept cleaning. On the second day of renovation, Bill Weasley showed up. Harry heard the knock and opened the door with his wand drawn, which said something about his current state of mind. Bill stood on the doorstep in his dragonhide jacket, his scarred face unreadable, holding a bottle of Ogden's finest. "I'm not here for my parents," Bill said. "I'm here for myself. Can I come in?" Harry studied him for a long moment. Bill's body language was open, no concealed wand, no tension in his shoulders, no one lurking behind him under a disillusionment charm. Harry checked anyway, casting a silent hominum revelio that swept the street. Bill noticed and didn't seem offended. "Yeah," Harry said. Come in. They sat in the newly cleaned kitchen, the only room that was fully habitable, and Bill opened the fire whiskey and poured 2 glasses without asking. I didn't know, Bill said. I need you to believe that. I didn't know about the payments, the reports, any of it. I've been going through the Gringotts records myself, professional courtesy. The bank gave me access to the Weasley side transaction logs, and I've confirmed that neither I nor Charlie were recipients or contributors. George and Fred weren't either. It was Mum, Dad, and Ron. And Percy knew. Percy knew and got out. Which means that for 3 years, we treated the most principled person in our family like a pariah. Bill drank. I've been doing a lot of reevaluating. How's the burrow? Terrible. Mum won't stop crying. Dad's sleeping in the shed. Ron hasn't come out of his room. Ginny, Bill paused. Ginny's the angriest I've ever seen her. Not at you. At Mum. She cornered me yesterday and asked me to run a full diagnostic on her. She wanted to know if there were any magical influences on her emotions. Compulsion charms, loyalty spells, anything. Harry's stomach dropped. Were there? No. I checked twice. Whatever Mum did to shape Ginny's feelings for you, she did it the Muggle way, stories, suggestions, environment. No magic. That's almost worse. Yeah. Bill poured another drink. I came because I want to help. Not to fix things between you and my parents, that's your call and I'll respect whatever you decide. But I'm a curse breaker, Harry. I know how to take apart complex magical structures. And from what I've seen in those ledgers, Dumbledore built something that goes a lot deeper than a payment scheme. Harry looked at him. Bill Weasley had always been the Weasley he knew least, the cool older brother, the one who'd already left home before Harry arrived, who showed up at holidays with stories about Egyptian tombs and a confidence that came from years of dangerous, competent work. He'd never been part of the monitoring. He'd never taken the gold. And right now, sitting in Harry's kitchen offering his skills with no strings attached, he was the most trustworthy Weasley in existence. There's a portrait I need to talk to, Harry said. At Hogwarts. And after that, I've got a lead on something called the Shepherd Protocol. I could use someone who knows how to read magical architecture. Bill nodded. When do we start? Tomorrow. Tonight, I need to do something first. What? Harry finished his whiskey. Claim my Wizengamot seats. The emergency session of the Wizengamot had been called by Kingsley Shacklebolt to address post-war reconstruction funding, and the chamber was packed. Every seat in the tiered amphitheater was filled, ancient families, new appointments, ministry officials, and a press gallery crammed with reporters who smelled political blood in the water. Harry walked in through the main doors. He'd dressed deliberately. Not in the casual Muggle clothes he usually defaulted to, and not in dress robes. He'd found a set of Potter family formal robes in the Shane Walk flat, dark charcoal with the Potter crest in silver thread at the shoulder. They fit like they'd been made for him, which, given the nature of magical tailoring, they probably had been. He'd also found a signet ring in the flat, the Potter family ring, heavy gold with a stag intaglio, and he wore it on his right hand. On his left, the black family ring, which Gripclaw had delivered from the vault, platinum, set with a dark stone that seemed to absorb light. He walked down the central aisle, and the chamber went quiet. Not the polite hush of recognition. The absolute, ringing silence of 200 people suddenly realizing that something had changed. Harry Potter had been in this building before, as a defendant at his underage magic trial, as a fugitive's godson, as the boy who lived, as the chosen one. He had never been here like this, upright, unhurried, wearing the authority of 2 ancient and noble houses like armor. He reached the front of the chamber and stopped before the chief warlock's podium, where a thin, nervous wizard named Tiberius Ogden was presiding in the absence of a permanent appointment. Lord Potter Black, Harry said, his voice carrying through the chamber without amplification, claiming the hereditary seats of the most ancient and noble house of Potter and the most ancient and noble house of Black. I present my signet rings as proof of blood right and the formal acknowledgement of Gringotts Wizarding Bank as proof of estate stewardship. He placed 2 documents on the podium, Gripclaw's certification letters, sealed with goblin authentication charms that glowed faintly gold. Ogden fumbled with the papers, verified the seals, and looked up at Harry with wide eyes. The seats are confirmed, Lord Potterblack. Please take your place. Harry turned and walked to the hereditary section. The Potter seat was in the 3rd row, old, carved oak, with the family crest worn smooth by generations. The black seat was 2 rows higher, darker wood, with silver inlay. Harry sat in the Potter seat and felt the recognition ward settle over him like a warm hand on his shoulder. The magic of the chamber acknowledged him. He belonged here. The whispers started immediately. Harry ignored them. He sat quietly through the reconstruction funding debate, watching, listening, learning. He noted who spoke with authority, who deferred to whom, who watched him with curiosity and who watched him with something closer to alarm. Elphia's Doge was in the gallery. Harry spotted him during a recess, a small, frail-looking wizard with a wispy beard and kind eyes, sitting in the observers section with a notebook in his lap. Their eyes met. Doge smiled warmly and gave a small wave, the gesture of a benign old family friend. Harry didn't wave back. He held Doge's gaze for 3 seconds, long enough to communicate something, and then looked away. When the session ended, Harry was approached by a dozen people. Kingsley Shacklebolt shook his hand and said he was glad to see Harry engaging with the political process. Neville Longbottom, who was there supporting his grandmother Augusta, clapped him on the shoulder and grinned. Various strangers introduced themselves with varying degrees of sycophancy. And then Daphne Greengrass appeared at his elbow. She wasn't dressed for the Wizengamot, she was in professional robes that suggested a business meeting, carrying a leather portfolio, and looking distinctly irritated about something unrelated to Harry. Lord Potterblack, she said. Impressive entrance. Very dramatic. The rings were a nice touch. They're family heirlooms. Obviously. But you chose to wear both today, to your first Wizengamot appearance, after spending 4 days locked in Gringotts going through financial records. You're sending a message. Harry looked at her. You've been paying attention. I pay attention to everything. It's a Slytherin survival mechanism. She glanced around the emptying chamber. Do you have a minute? I have a proposition that has nothing to do with whatever personal crisis you're navigating, and everything to do with the fact that the post-war ministry is systematically persecuting every family that was ever sorted into Slytherin. I know about your frozen assets. It's not just assets. The ministry's new reconciliation committee, charming name, has been conducting retroactive reviews of every family with suspected dark allegiance. The criteria for suspicion is, essentially, being a Slytherin. My father spent the entire war hiding Muggle-born neighbors in our cellar. He nearly died for it when the Carrows found out. And his reward is having his accounts frozen, his property rights suspended, and his family name dragged through the profit every other week. Harry heard the anger in her voice, controlled, focused, but real. This wasn't a performance. This was someone fighting for her family with the only weapons available to her. What do you need? He asked. Political support. A voice on the Wizengamot that isn't tainted by either side. You're the only person in this building who has the credibility to stand up and say, enough, without being accused of dark sympathies or war profiteering. And what do I get? Daphne met his eyes. Hers were grey-blue, the color of winter sky, and completely without guile. An ally who has no connection to Dumbledore's network, no history with the Order of the Phoenix, and absolutely no interest in managing your emotional life for profit. I will never lie to you, Potter. I might withhold information if it's strategically necessary, and I'll tell you I'm doing it. But I won't lie. Harry studied her for a long moment. The chamber was nearly empty now, just the cleaning staff and a few lingering politicians. Call me Harry, he said. Something shifted in her expression. Not softening, Daphne Greengrass didn't soften, but a slight easing, a fraction of the defensive armor lowering. Daphne, she said. And I should warn you, allying with me will make your life significantly more complicated. Half the Wisengamot thinks all Slytherins are Death Eaters in waiting, and the other half thinks I'm too clever for a woman. You'll be swimming upstream. Story of my life. She almost smiled. I'll send you a briefing on the Reconciliation Committee's activities. Read it before the next session. She held out her hand. Harry shook it. Her grip was firm, dry, and decisive, no lingering, no manipulation, no hidden agenda in the pressure of her fingers. Just a handshake between two people who had decided to be useful to each other. She turned to leave, then stopped. Harry. Yeah. Whatever you found in those ledgers, whatever it was that put that look on your face, don't let it make you hard. Hard is easy. Hard is what they expect. Be sharp instead. She walked out of the chamber. Harry watched her go and thought that in the entire disastrous landscape of his post-war life, Daphne Greengrass might be the single genuinely uncomplicated thing in it. Which, knowing his luck, meant it was about to get very complicated indeed. He went to Hogwarts the next morning. The castle was still being rebuilt. Entire sections of the eastern wall were missing, replaced by scaffolding and construction wards that shimmered in the September air. The grounds were scarred, blast craters from the battle had been filled in, but the grass hadn't fully grown back, leaving patches of bare earth that looked like wounds. The Forbidden Forest was quiet. Too quiet, according to Hagrid, who had mentioned in his last letter that the centaurs were acting strange, stranger than usual, mind. Harry walked through the gates and felt the castle's wards recognize him. He'd always had an unusual relationship with Hogwarts. The castle seemed to like him, opening passages when he needed them, warming the stones under his feet when he was tired. Today, the magic felt stronger. More deliberate. As if the castle knew what he'd come for and was deciding whether to help. McGonagall met him at the entrance hall. She looked older than he remembered, the war had aged her, and the burden of rebuilding Hogwarts as its new headmistress had added lines to her face that hadn't been there 6 months ago. But her eyes were as sharp as ever, and her handshake was firm. Potter, she said. Or should I say Lord Potterblack? The Prophet has been quite excited about your Wisengamot debut. Harry's fine, Professor. Minerva, then. You're not a student anymore. She studied his face with the perceptiveness of a woman who had been reading teenagers for 40 years. You didn't come here to see me. No. But I'm glad you're here, because I need to ask you something first. Ask. Did Dumbledore ever talk to you about a program called Directive 7? Or the Shepherd Protocol? McGonagall's brow furrowed. No. Should he have? Yes. But I'm starting to think the list of things Dumbledore should have told people would fill the Hogwarts library. He told her. Not everything, not the raw, bleeding details of the Weasley payments or the personal surveillance reports, but the broad strokes. Dumbledore's operational fund. The monitoring network. The payments to Order members. The shepherds. The fact that the system was still running under Elphia's doge. McGonagall listened without interrupting. Her face went through a series of changes that Harry tracked carefully: surprise, disbelief, verification against her own memories, anger, and finally a cold, Scottish fury that manifested as 2 white spots on her cheekbones and a thinning of her lips that could have cut glass. That manipulative old, she stopped herself. Drew a breath. Set her shoulders. The portrait. You want to talk to his portrait? Yes. I'll take you up. And Harry, she caught his arm. Whatever he says, remember that portraits are imprints. They have the personality, the memories, the reasoning patterns. But they are not the person. They cannot feel guilt. They cannot learn. They can only defend what they were. I know, Harry said. That's what I'm counting on. The headmistress's office was the same and wasn't. McGonagall had rearranged the furniture, moved Dumbledore's bizarre silver instruments to a shelf in the corner, and replaced the ornate desk with something more practical. The portraits of former headmasters lined the walls, most of them dozing. Dumbledore's portrait was awake. He was sitting in his painted armchair, wearing the purple robes Harry remembered, his half-moon spectacles perched on his crooked nose. His blue eyes twinkled behind the frames, that damned twinkle, the one that had made Harry feel safe and special and chosen for 6 years, the one he now recognized as the carefully calibrated expression of a man who was always performing. "Harry," the portrait said warmly. "How wonderful to see you. You're looking well." "I found the ledger," Harry said. There was no change in Dumbledore's expression. None at all. The twinkle remained. The gentle smile remained. The portrait had anticipated this, or rather, Dumbledore had anticipated this, and the portrait was running the contingency. "Ah," Dumbledore said. "I wondered when you would." Harry pulled a chair in front of the portrait and sat down. Bill was outside the door. Harry had asked him to wait, to give him privacy, but also to be close enough to intervene if the office's enchantments did anything unexpected. McGonagall was at her desk, pretending to work on correspondence, very obviously listening. "You paid the Weasleys to befriend me," Harry said. "I provided financial support to a family that was monitoring a child I could not safely monitor myself," Dumbledore corrected gently. "The distinction matters. The distinction is a lie, and you know it. You didn't provide support, you purchased a service. Monthly payments, annotated reports, performance bonuses. You turned Molly Weasley into an intelligence asset and Ron Weasley into a handler. Such harsh language. Molly was a mother who genuinely loved you. Ron was a friend who genuinely cared. I merely ensured that those relationships remained stable and productive." "Productive for whom?" "For you, Harry. For the world. You were the most important person in magical Britain. You carried a piece of Voldemort's soul in your scar. Your emotional stability, your social bonds, your psychological development, these were not private matters. They were strategic necessities." Harry stared at the portrait. The blue eyes stared back, patient and kind and utterly immovable. "You left me with the Dursleys," Harry said. "Arabella Figg reported the abuse. She told you I was being starved, locked up, treated like an animal. You had reports. You knew. The blood wards could have been supplemented. Modified. Replaced. Bill Weasley confirmed it yesterday. There are at least 3 alternative protection schemes that would have provided comparable security without requiring me to live in an abusive household. You chose the Dursleys because a broken child is easier to shape." For the first time, something flickered in the portrait's expression. Not guilt, portraits couldn't feel guilt, as McGonagall had said. But a computational pause, a recalibration, as the imprint processed an argument it hadn't been designed to counter. "That is an uncharitable interpretation," Dumbledore said. "It's the interpretation supported by your own documents. Recommend maintaining current placement with Muggle relatives during summers to preserve emotional vulnerability and maximize bonding with our family during school year. That's Molly Weasley's report, filed to your operational fund, and you approved it. You approved keeping me in a cupboard so I'd be grateful for the scraps of love you arranged." McGonagall's quill had stopped moving. The office was very quiet. "I made difficult choices," Dumbledore said. "I made them alone, because no one else could be trusted with the full picture. I carried burdens you cannot imagine, the hollowing." Dumbledore stopped. The portrait went perfectly still, not a natural pause but a mechanical one, as if the magical imprint had encountered something it wasn't supposed to discuss. "Where did you hear that word?" Dumbledore asked, and for the first time, the warmth was gone from his voice. "Does it matter? Tell me about the hollowing. Tell me what you were really afraid of." The portrait was silent for a long moment. When it spoke again, the grandfatherly performance had dropped entirely, replaced by something colder, more precise, the real Dumbledore, or as close to it as paint and canvas could manage. There are forces in this world older than magic as we understand it, the portrait said. Older than wands and spells and the civilizations that created them. The land beneath Britain is threaded with ley lines, channels of raw magical energy that predate human habitation. These ley lines are anchored by ward stones placed by the earliest magical peoples, and they serve a purpose beyond powering our spells and sustaining our institutions. They're a cage, Harry said. Dumbledore's painted eyebrows rose. You are cleverer than I gave you credit for. Yes. They are a cage. Or more precisely, a seal. Something exists beneath those ley lines, something that is not alive in any sense we understand, but is aware, and hungry, and patient. The magical peoples who settled this land called it many things. The name that survived is the Hollowing. What is it? Absence. Void. The opposite of connection. It feeds on broken bonds, betrayed trust, corrupted love, fractured loyalty. When the bonds between people weaken, the Hollowing grows stronger. When they break, it feeds. The ward stones and ley lines keep it contained, but they require maintenance. They require an anchor, a living magical focus who sustains the network through their own connections. Harry felt something cold settle in his stomach. The linchpin stone. The linchpin stone is the artifact that allows a witch or wizard to serve as that anchor. It was created by your ancestor, Ignotus Peveril's grandson, and it has been passed through the Potter line for centuries. Your family's purpose, your true inheritance, was not gold or land or political power. It was stewardship of the wards that keep the Hollowing contained. And you took the stone. You removed it from the Potter vault and hid it. I took it because I needed to be the anchor. With James and Lily dead and you an infant marked for death, there was no Potter of age to wield it. I took the stone, I maintained the wards, and I kept the Hollowing contained for 16 years. It cost me more than you know. And when you died? The portrait paused. When I died, the wards began to degrade. I had anticipated this. I left instructions with the shepherds to maintain what they could. But the wards were tied to my life force, and without a living anchor. They're failing. Yes. Harry sat with this for a moment. The scope of it, the sheer, staggering arrogance of it, washed over him like a wave. Dumbledore had taken a responsibility that belonged to the Potter family, seized it for himself, tied it to his own life, and then died without telling anyone how to fix it. He'd kept Harry ignorant of his own heritage, his own purpose, his own family's ancient duty, because he didn't trust Harry to handle it. You could have told me, Harry said. Any time in 6 years, you could have told me the truth about my family, about the linchpin stone, about the Hollowing. You could have prepared me. You were a child, I was a child who fought a basilisk at 12. I was a child who faced Voldemort at 14. I was a child who led an army at 17. At what point was I old enough for the truth? The portrait had no answer. Or rather, it had many answers. Harry could see them cycling behind the painted blue eyes, justifications and rationalizations and greater good calculations, but none of them were good enough, and even an imprint of Albus Dumbledore was smart enough to know it. You built a surveillance state around me, Harry said. You purchased my friendships, engineered my relationships, monitored my emotional development, stole my family's heritage, and kept me in an abusive home to make me more controllable. And your justification is that you were protecting the world from a threat you never told me about. Yes, the portrait said simply. And the shepherds? Your intelligence network, still running, still monitoring people, still making decisions about who gets watched and who gets managed. The shepherds are necessary. The threat persists. Elphias understands, Elphias is running a spy ring out of the ministry. He's added new targets. He's surveilling people who have nothing to do with the Hollowing. Elphias is continuing essential work. Elphias is a true believer carrying out the instructions of a dead man, and that makes him more dangerous than Voldemort ever was. Voldemort was a monster. Everyone could see it. The shepherds think they're heroes. The portrait said nothing. Harry stood up. You mentioned the shepherds by name just now. You said I should leave them to their work. That means you knew I'd find out, you planned for it. Contingency plans. How many do you have? 17, the portrait said. It almost sounded proud. And which one are we on? 7. Subject discovers financial network and confronts portrait. Recommended response: reveal hollowing threat to redirect subject's focus from personal betrayal to existential necessity. The honesty was breathtaking. Not because the portrait chose to be honest, but because it was programmed to be. Dumbledore had calculated that transparency at this stage would be more strategically effective than continued deception. Even the truth was a tool. I'm going to find the linchpin stone, Harry said. I'm going to reclaim my family's inheritance. And I'm going to shut down the shepherds. If you shut down the shepherds, you remove the only infrastructure capable of monitoring the Hollowing's progression. Then I'll build something better. Something that doesn't require lying to everyone it's supposed to protect. He turned to leave. At the door, he stopped. One more question. Hermione Granger. Was she part of the network? The portrait paused, a genuine pause, not a calculated one. No, it said. Miss Granger was an uncontrolled variable. Her loyalty to you was entirely organic, which made it both more valuable and more unpredictable. I considered recruiting her several times but concluded that her intelligence and moral conviction would make her a liability to the program. She would have exposed everything. Harry felt something unclench in his chest. One real thing. One friendship that was exactly what it appeared to be. That's the first comforting thing you've said, Harry told the portrait. I aim to please, Dumbledore replied, and the twinkle was back, and Harry walked out before he did something violent to a painting. Bill was leaning against the corridor wall, arms crossed. How'd it go? He's got 17 contingency plans for me finding out. We're currently on number 7. Bill blinked. 17. He's Dumbledore. Or he was. Harry started walking. I need to tell you about something called the Hollowing. And then we need to have a conversation about ancient ward structures, because apparently my family has been maintaining a magical prison for 1,000 years and nobody thought to mention it. They walked through the castle corridors, and Harry told Bill everything the portrait had said. Bill listened with the focused intensity of a professional encountering a puzzle in his area of expertise, asking sharp questions and making connections that Harry hadn't. Ley line degradation would explain the readings we've been getting, Bill said. The goblins have been monitoring the deep earth magical currents as part of post-war reconstruction, standard practice after a major magical conflict. The readings have been off. Not dangerous, but anomalous. Fluctuations that don't correspond to any known pattern. The wards are failing. If what Dumbledore said is true, then yes. Without a living anchor maintaining the network, the ward stones are running on residual power. They'll hold for a while, maybe years, but eventually. He trailed off. Eventually something very old and very hungry wakes up. That's about the size of it. They emerged into the courtyard. The September sun was warm, but Harry felt cold. The scale of what he was dealing with had just expanded from personal betrayal to potential apocalypse, and the worst part was that Dumbledore had known, had always known, and had chosen to handle it alone rather than trust anyone else with the responsibility. I need to find the linchpin stone, Harry said. And I need to deal with the shepherds. And I need to do both at the same time, because if Doge realizes I know about the stone, he'll move to secure it. You think the shepherds have it? Dumbledore had 17 contingency plans. You think he didn't plan for the stone? It's somewhere he controlled, somewhere the shepherds can access, somewhere that's protected by his magic. If I were a manipulative genius who wanted to maintain control over an ancient magical artifact even after my death, where would I hide it? Bill thought about this for roughly 4 seconds. The Department of Mysteries. Harry nodded. The Department of Mysteries. They stood in the courtyard for a moment, 2 men contemplating a heist of the most secure location in magical Britain, while above them the castle stretched toward the sky and the ancient wards hummed with a power that was slowly, imperceptibly, fading. Harry went back to London that evening and found Daphne's briefing waiting for him at the flat. It was thorough. The woman had a mind like a razor and the organizational skills of a military strategist. The Reconciliation Committee's activities were laid out in devastating detail: 17 families under review, 12 asset freezes, 3 property seizures, and a pattern of harassment that was legally just barely within bounds, the kind of bureaucratic cruelty that stayed on the right side of the law while destroying lives with paperwork. Harry read it twice, made notes, and then wrote to Daphne, "Your briefing is excellent. The Reconciliation Committee isn't just unjust, it's strategically stupid. Punishing neutral families pushes them toward radicalization, which creates the exact threat the committee claims to be preventing. I'll raise it at the next session. Dinner tomorrow to discuss strategy. I know a place in Chelsea that does an excellent Thai curry and has no wizarding clientele whatsoever, which means no one will be watching. Harry P.S. You were right about being sharp instead of hard. Working on it." Her reply came within the hour: Chelsea. 7 o'clock. I'll find the restaurant myself, I don't need rescuing from Muggle London. And if anyone is watching, let them watch. I refuse to be intimidated by geriatric spymasters. Daphne P.S. You should know that I looked into the Shepherd Protocol after you mentioned whatever you found in those ledgers. I have contacts. I know more than you think. Bring your ledger to dinner. Harry stared at that postscript for a long time. She had contacts. She knew about the Shepherds. She'd done her own research, without being asked, without being paid, without being part of any network or protocol or directive. She'd done it because she was smart and because she'd looked at Harry's face in the Gringotts lobby and seen the truth before he'd spoken a word, and she'd decided, on her own, for her own reasons, to be useful. He thought about Molly's warmth, purchased and documented. About Ron's friendship, genuine and corrupted. About Ginny's love, cultivated on someone else's schedule. And then he thought about Daphne Greengrass, who wanted nothing from him except an honest alliance, and who was already proving more valuable than 7 years of paid surveillance. He was smiling when he went to bed. It felt strange on his face, like wearing an old shirt that didn't quite fit anymore. But it was real, and that was worth more than all the gold in Gringotts. The Thai restaurant was called Basil and Lime, it was tucked into a side street off the King's Road, and it was the kind of place where the owners knew your name after your second visit and the food was good enough that you'd have a second visit. Daphne arrived at exactly 7, wearing Muggle clothes with the easy competence of someone who had been navigating both worlds since childhood. Dark jeans, a grey jumper, a leather jacket that probably cost more than Harry's entire wardrobe. Her hair was down, he'd never seen it down before, at Hogwarts she'd always worn it pinned up in the Slytherin fashion, and it changed her face, softened the aristocratic angles into something warmer. You clean up well, Harry said. I always clean up well. You, on the other hand, look like you've been sleeping on a sofa for a week. I have been sleeping on a sofa for a week. That explains it. She sat down, picked up the menu, and scanned it with the same analytical intensity she brought to everything. Order for me. I trust your judgment on curry more than I trust it on politics. You haven't seen me do politics yet. I've seen you walk into the Wisengamot wearing 2 family rings and a 1,000-year-old set of robes. That's either very good politics or very good theater, and I'm not sure there's a difference. Harry ordered. Daphne opened her portfolio and spread 3 documents across the table between the water glasses and the napkin holder. The Shepherd Protocol, she said. Here's what I've found. It's not just a surveillance network, it's a full-spectrum influence operation. Monitoring, yes, but also media management, political manipulation, and what I can only describe as social engineering. They have assets in the Prophet, the Ministry, and at least 3 foreign magical governments. How do you know this? My father was a Slytherin. He grew up in a world where information was currency and paranoia was a survival skill. He taught me to build intelligence networks the way other fathers teach their children to ride broomsticks. She tapped the first document. This is a list of known Shepherd operatives. I've confirmed 8 names. There are probably more. Harry looked at the list. Some names he recognized, ministry officials, a few former order members. One name jumped out at him, Thaddeus Vane. Vane, he said. He's in the Gringotts records. Large payment, annotated as Shepherd Protocol Initiation. Former OR. Retired after the First War. He's been working as a private security consultant, which is a polite way of saying he does what work for people who can afford him. He's dangerous, Harry. Not Death Eater dangerous, professional dangerous. He's the kind of man who plans 3 moves ahead and has no moral reservations about any of them. You think the Shepherds have muscle? I think Dumbledore built an organization that could function without him, and that means it has to be able to enforce its directives. Doge is the brain. Vane is the fist. Harry absorbed this. There's something else you should know. Dumbledore had a reason for all of this, beyond controlling me, beyond the war. There's something called the Hollowing. He told her. The ley lines, the ward stones, the ancient entity, the linchpin stone. Daphne listened without interruption, her curry growing cold in front of her, her grey-blue eyes fixed on his face with an intensity that made him feel like the only person in the world. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment. So Dumbledore's surveillance state was his way of maintaining control over a genuine existential threat, she said. And dismantling it might actually be dangerous. Yes. And the linchpin stone, your family's artifact, is the key to the ward network, and it's probably in the Department of Mysteries under the Shepherd's control. Yes. And you're going to take it back, shut down the Shepherds, and find a better way to handle the Hollowing. That's the plan. Daphne picked up her fork, took a bite of curry, chewed thoughtfully. Good curry, she said. And a terrible plan. I'm open to suggestions. You can't shut down the Shepherds before you have the stone. If Doge realizes you're coming for it, he'll move it somewhere you can't reach. And you can't retrieve the stone without dealing with the Shepherds, because they're guarding it. It's a circular problem. So you need to do both at once. Which means you need a team, and not just Bill Weasley and a goblin accountant. You need people inside the Ministry, people with combat capability, and people who understand ancient magical architecture. I have Bill for the architecture. I have Gripclaw for the financial warfare. I have you for the politics. You need more. What about Longbottom? Neville? He's one of the most powerful wizards of his generation, bonded to a legendary weapon, and possessing the kind of straightforward moral clarity that makes him impossible to manipulate. Also, he's a Wizengamot heir himself, the Longbottom seat. You need allies on the floor, and he's the best one available. Harry hadn't thought of that. He'd been so focused on the betrayal, on who he couldn't trust, that he'd neglected to map who he could. Luna Lovegood, Daphne continued. Unconventional, yes, but she has connections in magical journalism that could counter the Shepherd's media assets. And she's perceptive in ways that conventional intelligence operatives aren't, she sees patterns that rational people miss. You're building me a war council. I'm building us a war council. My family is on the Shepherd's target list too, remember. This isn't altruism, it's self-preservation with strategic alignment. She took another bite of curry. Also, I like you. In case that was unclear. You're the first person I've met in the magical world who is exactly as angry as the situation warrants, not more, not less. It's refreshing. Harry felt warmth spread through his chest that had nothing to do with the curry. "I like you too," he said. In case that was unclear. It wasn't. "You're not subtle." She smiled, a real one, not the sharp political smile she wore like armor, and for a moment she looked young, and tired, and human. "My sister is sick, Harry. Astoria. Blood curse, hereditary. She's 13 and she's dying, and our family has spent 3 generations looking for a cure. The frozen assets aren't just money, they're research. Healing texts, rare ingredients, specialist contacts. Every day the ministry keeps our vaults frozen is a day we lose. I'll get your assets unfrozen. Don't make promises I'll get your assets unfrozen. I have 2 Wisengamot seats, the backing of Gringotts, and enough political capital to buy the ministry twice over. Your father protected Muggleborns during the war. He deserves better than this, and so does your sister." Daphne looked at him. Something moved behind her eyes, something that wasn't calculation or strategy or political maneuvering, but something rawer and more dangerous. "Be careful," she said softly. "I might start to trust you, and that's a terrible idea for both of us." "Worst idea I've ever had," Harry agreed. "And I once decided to rob Gringotts on the back of a dragon." She laughed. It was a surprised, unguarded sound, and it transformed her face completely, and Harry thought, This is what real sounds like. They planned late into the evening, the curry cooling and the candle burning down and the Muggle restaurant emptying around them while they mapped out a strategy for dismantling the most sophisticated intelligence operation in magical history. They didn't kiss. They didn't need to. Something was building between them that was better than a kiss. It was the slow, deliberate construction of trust between 2 people who had every reason not to trust anyone, and it was more intimate than any physical contact could have been. When they finally left the restaurant, walking through the cool London night toward the apparition point, Daphne's hand brushed his. Neither of them pulled away. 2 days later, Thaddeus Vane tried to kill him. Not kill, exactly. Vane was a professional, and professionals don't kill when they can neutralize. But the distinction felt academic when Harry was diving behind a pillar in the ministry atrium with spellfire scorching the marble where his head had been. He'd come to the ministry to file the formal petition for the Greengrass Asset Review, a political move that Daphne had drafted with surgical precision, and was leaving through the main atrium when his instinct screamed. Not a sound, not a movement, just the prickle at the back of his neck that had kept him alive through a war, the animal awareness that something was wrong. He moved before he thought. Dove left, hit the ground rolling, and the spell passed through the space his body had occupied, a yellow-white flash that he recognized as a modified Obliviate, the kind that didn't just erase memories but rewrote them. They were trying to make him forget. Harry came up on one knee with his wand drawn and found his attacker 30 feet away, standing in the shadow of the Fountain of Magical Brethren, wand extended with professional steadiness. Middle-aged, built like a fighter, iron-gray hair and cold blue eyes, Thaddeus Vane, exactly as Daphne had described him. Professional dangerous. Lord Potterblack, Vane said, his voice flat and calm. This doesn't have to be difficult. Lower your wand and this will be painless. The last person who said that to me was Voldemort, Harry said. He lied too. Vane fired again. 3 spells in rapid succession, Stupefy, Incarcerus, and something non-verbal that Harry didn't recognize but definitely didn't want to be hit by. The man cast like an auror, efficient, accurate, no wasted motion. Harry wasn't an auror. He was something else entirely. He'd spent a year fighting for his life in conditions that would have broken most trained soldiers, freezing forests, enemy territory, no backup, no intelligence, no margin for error. He'd dueled Death Eaters, destroyed Horcruxes, and walked to his own death. The combat instincts that experience had forged weren't taught in any academy, they were burned into his nervous system like brand marks. He didn't block Vane's spells. He moved through them. His body shifted like water, flowing around the spellfire with an economy of motion that was almost beautiful. He returned fire between evasions, a disarming charm that Vane deflected, a bludgeoning hex that cracked the marble floor at Vane's feet, a silent petrificus that the man dodged by a hair. They circled each other in the atrium. Ministry workers were screaming, running for the exits, diving behind furniture. Security wizards were converging but hanging back. They could see the level of magic being thrown and were smart enough not to get in the middle of it. "You're better than the file says," Vane admitted, firing a chain of hexes that Harry batted aside with a shield charm so casual it was almost contemptuous. "Dumbledore's files are outdated." "Dumbledore's files are never," Harry attacked. Not with a single spell but with a sequence, a technique he developed during the Horcrux hunt, chaining spells together so fast that they arrived as a single wave of magic rather than discrete attacks. Reductor, Stunner, Impedimenta, Expelliarmus, for spells in under 2 seconds, each aimed at a different angle, each forcing Vane to adjust his defense in a direction that left him open to the next. Vane was good. He blocked 3 of the 4. The Impedimenta caught his leg and he stumbled, and in that moment of imbalance, Harry's disarming charm connected. Vane's wand flew from his hand. Harry summoned it with a flick of his wrist, caught it, and had both wands trained on Vane before the man could reach for a backup. "Don't," Harry said. Vane froze. He assessed the situation with the cold pragmatism of a professional and slowly raised his hands. "Who sent you?" Harry asked. "You know who sent me. I want to hear you say it." "The shepherds." "Doge." Vane's voice was still calm, professionally calm, the calm of a man who had been in worse situations and survived. "You're pulling threads that can't be pulled, Lord Potterblack. The network exists for a reason. There are threats you don't understand. I understand more than you think. The hollowing. The ley lines. The ward degradation. I understand all of it, and I understand that the man who built your organization is dead and the machine he left behind is running without oversight, without accountability, and without any guarantee that it's actually doing what it's supposed to." Something shifted in Vane's expression. A crack in the professional mask. "You know about the hollowing." "I know about the hollowing. I know about the linchpin stone. And I know that Dumbledore had 17 contingency plans for when I found out, which means he always knew this day would come and he still chose manipulation over honesty. That tells me everything I need to know about the organization he built." Vane was quiet for a moment. Ministry security had formed a perimeter around them, wands drawn but waiting. Harry ignored them. "Doge won't stop," Vane said finally. "He believes. Truly believes. You can arrest me, dismantle the financial network, expose everything, and he'll keep going. He'll find new people, new resources, new methods. He's not doing this for power or gold. He's doing it because he thinks the world will end if he doesn't. And you? What do you believe?" Vane met his eyes. "I believe I took a contract to obliviate a teenager and got my arse handed to me in under 90 seconds. That's making me reconsider my professional choices." Harry almost laughed. He lowered one wand, Vane's, and tossed it to the nearest security wizard. "Take him into custody. I'll file a formal complaint with the DMLE. And Vane, yeah. Tell Doge I'm coming. Not today, not tomorrow, but soon. And I won't be alone." Vane was led away by Ministry security. Harry stood in the ruined atrium, his heart still pounding, and became aware that every person in the building was staring at him. The reporters had arrived. The cameras were clicking. By tomorrow morning, every wizard in Britain would know that Harry Potter had dueled a shepherd operative in the Ministry atrium and won in under 2 minutes. He had no idea whether that was a good thing or a catastrophically bad one. The Prophet's headline the next morning was "Potterblack attacked in Ministry, mysterious assailant linked to Dumbledore network." Daphne's media contacts had worked fast. The story was framed exactly right, emphasizing the attack on Harry rather than the political implications, building public sympathy before the shepherds could spin their version. Harry read the article over breakfast at Cheyne Walk and allowed himself a moment of admiration for Daphne's strategic thinking. Then he set down the paper and opened the letter that had arrived with the Morning Post. Ron's handwriting. Messy, crossed out, restarted multiple times. The parchment was wrinkled as if it had been balled up and smoothed out, and there were water stains that might have been tea and might have been tears. Harry, I've started this letter about 40 times. I keep writing things and then crossing them out because nothing sounds right and everything sounds like an excuse. Mum told me about the payments after the first task. She said Dumbledore was paying us to look after you and that it was important and that the family needed the money. She said I should keep being your friend and keep an eye on you and report back to her about how you were doing. She said it wasn't spying, it was caring. I told myself she was right. I told myself it didn't matter because I really was your friend and I really did care about you and the gold was just, I don't know, a bonus, I guess. Like getting paid to do something you do anyway. That's what I told myself. But it wasn't true and I know it wasn't true. The jealousy was real. All of it. But it was worse because of the money. Every time I looked at you and felt jealous, of your fame, your Quidditch talent, your everything, there was this other thing underneath it, this awful crawling thing that said, and they're paying you to be here. I hated the money. I hated that we needed it. I hated that Mum made it sound reasonable. I hated that I wasn't strong enough to say no. When I left during the Horcrux hunt, that was real. The locket made everything worse, but the feelings it amplified were already there. The resentment, the insecurity, the feeling that I was your sidekick and your handler and nothing about our friendship was pure anymore. I left because I couldn't stand being in the same tent with you and knowing what I was. I came back. That was real too. I came back because you're my best mate and because when I thought about you dying alone in the woods I couldn't breathe. I didn't come back for the money. Mum didn't tell me to come back. That was mine. That choice was mine. I don't know if that matters. You asked me if any of it was real, and I couldn't answer fast enough, and I know what that looked like. So here's my answer, for whatever it's worth, all of it was real. And all of it was tainted. Both things are true at the same time, and I don't know how to make that make sense, and I don't think I ever will. I'm not asking you to forgive me. I'm asking you to know that I'm sorry. Not Mum's sorry, not the kind that comes with explanations and justifications. Just sorry. For all of it. Ron P.S. I heard about what happened at the ministry. If someone is trying to hurt you, I want to help. I know I don't have the right to ask, but I'm asking anyway. You don't have to face this alone. You never had to face anything alone. That part was always real. Harry read the letter 3 times. He set it down on the kitchen table and stared at the Thames through the window for a long time. Then he folded the letter carefully, put it in his jacket pocket, and didn't respond. Not yet. But he kept it. And the keeping meant something, even if he wasn't ready to examine what. That evening, Percy Weasley came to Cheyne Walk. Harry hadn't invited him. Percy had tracked down the address through ministry property records, which was either impressive or alarming depending on your perspective. He arrived at the door looking exactly like Percy always looked, neat, formal, slightly stiff, but with something different in his eyes. Something that had been there all along, Harry realized, if anyone had bothered to look past the pomposity and the ambition. Guilt. And underneath the guilt, conviction. I know I should have written first, Percy said, standing on the doorstep. But some things shouldn't be put in letters. Harry let him in. They sat in the kitchen. Harry made tea because that's what you did in Britain when the world was falling apart. You made tea, and the ritual of kettle and cups and milk gave your hands something to do while your mind dealt with the impossible. I found out during my 3rd year at the ministry, Percy said. He held his cup with both hands, the steam curling between his fingers. I was filing reports in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and I came across a reference to a Shepherd Protocol asset in a document that should have been classified above my clearance level. Someone had misfiled it. I followed the reference and found, enough. Enough to leave your family. Enough to realize that my family was involved in something I found morally repugnant. I confronted Mum first. She cried. She said I didn't understand, that Dumbledore needed the information to keep you safe, that the money was helping the family. I told her it was wrong. She told me I was being dramatic. Percy's mouth twisted. Then I confronted Dumbledore. Harry set down his tea. You confronted Dumbledore directly? I did. I went to Hogwarts and I sat in that office and I told him that paying a family to spy on a child was a violation of everything the wizarding world was supposed to stand for. He was very calm. Very patient. He listened to everything I said, and then he told me about the hollowing. The kitchen was quiet. Outside, a barge moved slowly down the Thames, its horn sounding in the dusk. He showed me things, Percy said. Memories in a pensieve. The day he first sensed the hollowing, he was young then, barely older than us. He'd been studying ley line theory, and he discovered that the ward network beneath Britain wasn't just an infrastructure system, it was a containment. He showed me what happens when the containment fails. There are historical precedents. Small breaches. Places where the hollowing leaked through and everything within a mile radius just stopped. Not destroyed, emptied. Every magical bond within the affected area dissolved. Families forgot each other. Friends became strangers. Love turned to ash. The Muggles felt it too, depression, disconnection, a creeping numbness that took years to heal. And that's his justification, Harry said. The threat is real, so the manipulation is necessary. That's what he said. Would you prefer a world where children are monitored, or a world where children forget their own parents? He was good at framing impossible choices. He was good at a lot of things. Being honest wasn't one of them. Percy nodded slowly. I couldn't accept it. Even knowing the threat was real, and I believe it is real, Harry, I've seen the evidence, I couldn't accept that the answer was a shadow government making decisions for everyone without their knowledge or consent. That's not protection. That's control. So you left. I left. And because I couldn't explain why without exposing the shepherds, I let my family think I'd left for ambition. For the ministry. For status. Percy's voice was steady, but Harry could see the cost of those years in the lines around his mouth, the tension in his shoulders. They called me a traitor. Fred and George pranked my flat every week for a year. Mum cried at Christmas. And I couldn't tell any of them the truth because if I did, the shepherds would have obliterated me. Dumbledore made that very clear. He threatened you. Not threatened. Explained. If you reveal the existence of this program, Percy, I will have no choice but to protect it. You understand, I'm sure. Very gentle. Very reasonable. The most terrifying thing I've ever heard. Harry looked at Percy Weasley, rigid, rule-following, insufferable Percy, and saw him clearly for the first time. Not the ambitious prat who'd chosen the ministry over his family. The principled man who'd chosen his conscience over everything. You were the bravest one, Harry said. Percy blinked. His composure cracked for just a moment, a tremor in his chin, a brightness in his eyes, before he pulled it back together with the practiced control of someone who'd been holding himself together for years. I don't know about brave, Percy said. I know about stubborn. And I know that Dumbledore was wrong, not about the threat, but about the solution. There has to be a better way. A way that doesn't require lying to everyone you're supposed to be protecting. I agree. And I need your help to find it. Percy set down his tea. What do you need? You know the ministry better than anyone. You know the shepherd structure from the inside. And you have access to records and institutional knowledge that I can't get anywhere else. I'm building a team to recover the linchpin stone from the Department of Mysteries and dismantle the shepherd network. I need someone who can navigate the bureaucratic architecture. The Department of Mysteries, Percy repeated. You want to break into the Department of Mysteries? I want to reclaim my family's property from an unauthorized intelligence operation. The legal distinction is important. For the first time in the conversation, Percy almost smiled. You've been spending time with someone who understands legal language. Daphne Greengrass. Ah. She's good. Terrifyingly good. The Greengrass petition she filed yesterday was the most elegant piece of legal warfare I've seen in 3 years at the ministry. He paused. She's not part of the network, you know. The Shepherds. I checked, years ago. She's clean. I know. Percy studied him for a moment, then nodded. I'm in. But Harry, I need you to know something about Doge. He's not like Dumbledore. Dumbledore was strategic, calculating, always playing a longer game. Doge is a true believer. He doesn't manipulate because it's effective, he manipulates because he genuinely cannot conceive of an alternative. In his mind, the Shepherds are the only thing standing between civilization and the void. If you threaten the organization, he won't negotiate. He won't compromise. He'll escalate. I know. Do you? Because escalation from a man with Dumbledore's resources and a zealot's conviction is not something you want to experience unprepared. I died once already, Percy. I'm not easily intimidated. Percy looked at him, really looked, with the careful, analytical gaze of a man who had spent years reading people and institutions, and whatever he saw made him straighten in his chair. No, he said. I don't suppose you are. They spent the next 3 hours planning. Percy's knowledge of the ministry's internal structure was encyclopedic. He knew every corridor, every security checkpoint, every shift rotation, every bureaucratic loophole. By midnight, they had the skeleton of a plan for accessing the Department of Mysteries, and Harry had a list of resources he needed to acquire before they could move. After Percy left, Harry sat in the kitchen and looked at the list and felt something he hadn't felt since the morning he'd opened the red leather ledger: purpose. Not the manufactured purpose of being a weapon aimed at Voldemort. Not the reactive purpose of survival. Something chosen. Something his. He was going to tear down the system that had controlled his life, recover the inheritance that was rightfully his, and find a way to deal with the hollowing that didn't require lying to everyone it was supposed to protect. He was going to do it with people who had chosen to help him freely, not because they were paid, not because they were ordered, not because they were manipulated, but because they believed in what he was doing. And if Elphias Doge and the Shepherds got in his way, they would discover that the boy Dumbledore had spent 17 years shaping into a weapon had grown into something the old man never intended, a man who could think for himself. Harry picked up his wand. He picked up his quill. And he started writing letters, to Neville, to Luna, to Gripclaw, to Daphne. Not reports. Not surveillance summaries. Not behavioral assessments filed to an operational fund. Letters. From a friend. Asking for help. It was, he thought, the most revolutionary thing he'd ever done. Across London, in a small office deep within the Ministry of Magic, Elphias Doge was reading his own set of reports. The Vane incident was a problem. Public, messy, impossible to cover up. The Prophet was running with it, and worse, someone, Doge suspected the Greengrass girl, had steered the coverage in exactly the wrong direction. Potter was being painted as a victim, the Shepherds as aggressors, and the narrative was solidifying before Doge could deploy his media assets to counter it. He removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes. Albus had warned him this might happen. Contingency 7 had accounted for the possibility that Potter would discover the financial records and react adversely. The recommended response, reveal the hollowing threat to redirect focus, had been partially successful, but Potter hadn't responded the way the contingency predicted. He was supposed to be frightened. He was supposed to come to the Shepherds for help. Instead, he was building his own coalition, claiming his political inheritance, and systematically dismantling the very structures Albus had spent decades building. The boy was stronger than the file suggested. Smarter. More dangerous. Doge opened the desk drawer and pulled out a worn leather journal, Dumbledore's personal record, given to him in the months before Albus's death. He turned to a page near the back, where Dumbledore's flowing script laid out the final contingency: if Harry discovers the truth and refuses to cooperate, do not attempt to control him. He cannot be controlled, I learned this too late. Instead, ensure that the linchpin stone remains secure and that the ward network is maintained until he comes to understand the necessity of what we've built. He will resist. He will rage. He will dismantle what he can reach. But the hollowing will not wait for his emotions to settle, and when it rises, he will need us. This is not a hope, it is a mathematical certainty. The stone is in the veil chamber, warded behind 7 layers of protection tied to my magical signature. Only a Potter can activate it, but only a shepherd can access it. This was deliberate. When the time comes, cooperation will not be optional. Doge closed the journal. He looked at the report spread across his desk: Potter's Wizengamot appearance, the Greengrass Alliance, the growing coalition of non-aligned wizards rallying to Potter's banner. He's not coming to us, Albus, Doge murmured. He's coming for us. He picked up his quill and began writing orders. Additional surveillance on Potter's known associates. Increased security on the Veil Chamber. Activation of dormant assets in the DMLE and the Wizengamot. And one final order, sealed with a charm that would destroy the parchment after it was read: move the stone to secondary containment. Potter knows about the Veil Chamber. We cannot risk him reaching it before he's ready. He sent the owl and sat back in his chair and thought about Albus Dumbledore, who had been the wisest man he'd ever known, and who had somehow failed to predict that the weapon he'd so carefully forged would one day turn in his hand. Outside the ministry, the ley lines pulsed in the deep earth, and the ancient wards flickered, and something vast and patient shifted in its sleep and tasted the air and found it rich with broken trust and delicious with betrayal. It could wait. It had been waiting for a very long time. Chapter 3, The Greater Good. The centaurs left the Forbidden Forest on a Tuesday. Hagrid sent the message via Floo at 4 in the morning, his voice shaking with a kind of bewildered dread that Harry had never heard from the man who kept dragons as pets and called blast-ended scroots interesting. They just walked out, Harry. The whole herd. Didn't say a word, not even Forenza, and he usually at least gives you a riddle. They came out of the trees in a line, crossed the grounds, went past the gates, and kept walking north. Bane was at the front. I tried to stop him, asked him what was happening, where they were going. He looked at me like I was already dead. Said one word, underneath. Then they were gone. Harry was at Hogwarts within the hour. He found McGonagall in the entrance hall, still in her nightdress and dressing gown, looking more unsettled than he'd ever seen her. Bill was already there. Harry had flued him immediately, along with Professor Flitwick, who was running diagnostic charms on the castle's foundation stones with a wand that moved like a conductor's baton. The wards are fluctuating, Flitwick reported, his tiny face drawn tight. Not failing, not yet, but the baseline magical signature has dropped 11% since last month. These are the Founder's wards, Harry. They've been stable for 1,000 years. An 11% drop in 4 weeks is unprecedented. It's the ley lines, Bill said. He was crouched on the flagstone floor, his palm flat against the stone, his curse-breaker senses extended into the deep architecture of the castle. I can feel it. The current beneath the castle is weaker, not empty, but thinner. Like a river in drought. The ward stones are drawing more power to compensate, which means they're degrading faster. Harry knelt beside him and pressed his own hand to the stone. He didn't have Bill's training, but he had something else, the instinct that had always pulled him toward the magical bedrock of places, the sense that had let him feel the Hogwarts wards like a living thing around him since he was 11. He felt it immediately. A trembling. Not in the stone, but in the magic beneath it, a deep, subsonic vibration that registered not in his ears but in his bones. It felt wrong. It felt like a heartbeat skipping. Something's drawing on the ley lines, Harry said. Pulling power away from the ward network. The hollowing, Bill said quietly. McGonagall looked between them. I think it's time you told me everything about this hollowing. Not the summary version, everything. Harry told her. Bill filled in the technical details. Flitwick listened with the focused intensity of a former dueling champion and a master of magical theory, and when they finished, the tiny professor was pale. If the containment wards fail, Flitwick said, it won't be like a dark wizard or a war. Those are threats we know how to fight. This would be the dissolution of magical bonds themselves. Every spell, every enchantment, every connection between magical beings, all of it depends on the underlying ley line network. If that network collapses, magic itself starts to fail, Harry finished. They stood in the entrance hall as dawn came through the broken windows, painting the damaged walls in gold and shadow, and none of them said what they were all thinking, that Dumbledore, for all his manipulation and control and unforgivable arrogance, might have been the only thing standing between the world and the void. And now he was dead, and the void was waking up, and the man he'd spent 17 years grooming to take his place had just discovered that his entire life was a lie. The timing, Harry thought, was either cosmically terrible or cosmically perfect. He hadn't decided which. The dead zones started appearing 3 days later. The first report came from a wizarding village in Cornwall, Little Hexham, population 200, unremarkable in every way except that on a Thursday morning at 10 o'clock, every spell within a half-mile radius simply stopped working. Wands went inert. Enchanted objects fell silent. The Floo network in the area collapsed. Owls refused to fly over the zone, circling its edges with obvious distress. By the time Ministry investigators arrived, the effect had faded, but it left marks. The grass in the affected area was gray, not dead but drained of something essential. Residents reported feeling disconnected, hollow, as if the emotional bonds between them had been stretched thin. A married couple of 40 years told the investigators that they'd looked at each other during the event and felt nothing, no love, no familiarity, just the blank recognition of strangers sharing a house. The effect wore off within hours. The couple was fine. The grass recovered. But the ley line readings in the area showed a permanent reduction, the magical current had been drawn down and hadn't bounced back. 2 more dead zones appeared that week. One near the ruins of Godric's Hollow. One at the edge of the ground surrounding Azkaban. Both in places of intense emotional conflict, places where trust had been broken, where love had been corrupted, where the bonds between people had fractured in ways that left scars on the land itself. Harry mapped them on a chart in his study at Grimmauld Place. The pattern was clear, the dead zones clustered around sites of betrayal. Not just his betrayal, all betrayals. The magical fabric of Britain was woven from the bonds between its people, and wherever those bonds had been torn, the hollowing could push through. George was the one who pointed out the implication that Harry had been trying not to see. It's feeding on your situation, isn't it? George said. He was sitting on the kitchen counter at Grimmauld Place, legs swinging, a bottle of butterbeer in his hand. He'd started coming around regularly in the past week, not out of obligation or guilt, but because George Weasley had always been his own person, separate from the family machinery, and his anger at his parents had paradoxically freed him to be a better friend to Harry than he'd ever been before. The betrayal, George continued. The broken trust. You, Mum, Ron, Ginny, it's the biggest bond fracture in the magical world right now. The boy who lived finding out his whole life was a surveillance operation. That's not just personal drama. That's a crack in the bedrock of magical Britain. And the hollowing is drinking from it. Harry set down his quill. You're saying the situation I've uncovered is actively making the threat worse. I'm saying Dumbledore's manipulations didn't just hurt you, they created the exact conditions that feed the thing he was trying to contain. Which is either the most spectacular own goal in the history of magic, or he planned for it. George's face went flat. Don't tell me the old bastard engineered a magical apocalypse as a contingency. Not engineered. Anticipated. If I ever found out the truth, the resulting broken bonds would weaken the wards, which would force me to deal with the hollowing, which would make me need the shepherds. The betrayal isn't just collateral damage, it's a mechanism. A lever. Break the boy's trust, and the crisis becomes personal enough that he can't walk away. George was quiet for a long time. Then he drained his butterbeer and set it down with a clink. "I really wish Fred was here," he said. "He'd have something properly rude to say about all this." Harry looked at George, half of a matched set, permanently unbalanced, carrying grief like a second skin, and felt a surge of gratitude so intense it almost hurt. George Weasley had lost his twin, his other self, his mirror. He had every right to be broken, bitter, withdrawn. Instead, he was sitting in Harry's kitchen, drinking butterbeer, and applying his considerable intelligence to the problem of saving the world. "I need you for something," Harry said. "Anything." "Communications. The shepherds have monitoring charms on the Ministry Owl network and at least 3 of the major flow hubs. Every message I send through normal channels is being intercepted. I need a secure communication system that they can't crack." George's eyes lit up. It was the first real spark Harry had seen in them since the funeral. Modified protean charms. Linked to physical tokens, coins, like Hermione did for the DA, but more sophisticated. I can layer the enchantments so the message content shifts based on the recipient's magical signature. Anyone who intercepts the token gets gibberish. How long? Give me 2 days. I've got most of the materials at the shop. He hopped off the counter. I'll make them look like galleons. Nothing the shepherds would think twice about. George. Yeah. Thank you. For being here. For being, you. George shrugged with a casualness that didn't quite reach his eyes. I'm a Weasley, Harry. The part of the family that wasn't for sale. He paused at the door. That came out nastier than I meant it. No, it didn't. George grinned, a shadow of the old twin grin, lopsided without its match, but real. No. It didn't. And he was gone. The secure communication system was operational within 36 hours, George had always worked best under pressure and with a cause. Harry distributed the modified galleons to his inner circle, Daphne, Bill, Percy, George, Gripclaw. Each coin was keyed to its owner's magical signature, and the messages appeared as heat text on the coin's surface, readable only by touch and only by the intended recipient. Harry used the system immediately to coordinate the next phase of operations. Daphne was working the Wisengamot angle, building a coalition of moderate members who were uneasy about the Reconciliation Committee and potentially receptive to broader reforms. Percy was mapping the Shepherd's infrastructure within the ministry, identifying assets and operational nodes. Gripclaw was conducting a systematic audit of every vault connected to Dumbledore's operational fund, following the goal to find the people. Bill was studying the ward network itself, traveling to ancient sites across Britain to assess the condition of the ward stones and the ley lines they anchored. And Harry was preparing to do something he'd been avoiding since the day he'd found the ledger. He was going to talk to Ginny. She came to Grimmauld Place on a cold October evening. She'd sent a message through George, not through the family, not through the Owl Network, through George, who was trusted ground. The message was 3 words, "Can we talk?" Harry opened the door and found her on the step, broom in hand, windswept from flying. She was wearing her Harpies training kit, she'd made the reserve squad, a fact that Harry had learned from the Prophet rather than from her directly, which said something about the state of things between them. "Nice house," she said, looking up at the facade of Grimmauld Place. "Very brooding. Very Lord Potterblack. Come in." She followed him to the kitchen. He made tea, the eternal British reflex, and they sat on opposite sides of the table with their cups between them like a barricade. Ginny didn't do preamble. She never had. It was one of the things he'd always liked about her, the directness, the refusal to hedge. Now he wondered if that quality was innate or cultivated, and hated himself for wondering. "I had Bill check me," she said. "No compulsions. No loyalty charms. No magical interference of any kind. Whatever Mum did, she did it the old-fashioned way." "I know. Bill told me." "Good. So we can skip the part where I'm a victim of dark magic and get to the part that actually matters." She looked at him over her tea. Her brown eyes were clear and fierce and painfully honest. "I loved you, Harry. I need you to hear that from me, not from a ledger. I loved you since I was 10 years old, and that feeling was mine. I believe you. But..." She set down her cup. "I've been thinking. A lot. Since you left. About where that love came from and whether it would exist if Mum hadn't spent my entire childhood planting it. The stories about you, she started telling them when I was 5. Before I could even do magic. Harry Potter, the brave little boy who saved us all. She made you sound like a fairy tale. And then you showed up in our kitchen, and you were real, and you were exactly what she described, brave, kind, broken in all the right ways, and I fell for you so hard it felt like flying." She paused. Her voice was steady but her hands weren't. She gripped the teacup like an anchor. "I can't separate it," she said. "I've tried. I've spent weeks trying to untangle which parts of what I felt were mine and which parts were Mum's, and I can't do it. It's all woven together. The fairy tales and the real boy and the crush and the actual love, it's a single piece of fabric and I can't pull out the manufactured threads without destroying the genuine ones." Harry listened. He owed her that much, his full attention, his complete presence, his willingness to sit in the discomfort of this conversation without flinching. "I'm not angry at you," Ginny continued. "I was, at first. Angry that you left, angry that you exposed it, angry that you took the fairy tale away. But that passed. I'm angry at Mum. I'm furious at Dumbledore. And she stopped. Breathed. Started again. I'm heartbroken, Harry. Not because I lost you. Because I don't know if I ever really had you, or if what I had was a reflection of what Mum wanted me to have." "You had me," Harry said quietly. "I chose you, Ginny. 6th year, the common room, after the Quidditch match, that was mine. Dumbledore didn't tell me to kiss you. Molly didn't schedule it. I walked across that room and I kissed you because you were brave and beautiful and you made me feel like a normal person for the first time in my life. But would you have walked across that room if Mum hadn't spent 5 years making sure I was always in your orbit? If she hadn't recommended encouraging the relationship like it was a ministry project?" Harry couldn't answer. The honesty stuck in his throat because the honest answer was, "I don't know. I'll never know." And that uncertainty is the cruelest thing Dumbledore ever did to either of us. Ginny read his silence. She nodded once, a sharp motion that was more like a flinch. "Yeah," she said. "That's what I thought." They sat in silence for a while. The kitchen clock ticked. Outside, London hummed its endless song of traffic and sirens, and lives lived in comfortable ignorance of the magical world and its disintegrating foundations. "I don't think we can go back," Ginny said finally. "Even if everything I felt was genuine, and I think it was, Harry, I really do, the ground it stood on was engineered. And I need to know who I am when I'm not the girl who was raised to love Harry Potter. I need to find that out on my own. I know. I'm going to go. The Harpies have a training camp in Wales next month. I'm going to fly, and get strong, and figure out which parts of me are mine." She met his eyes. "Can we be friends? Not now, later. When it doesn't hurt so much." "Yeah," Harry said. "Yeah, we can be friends." She stood up. She crossed to his side of the table and kissed his forehead, a gesture that was tender and final and exactly right, and then she walked to the door. "Harry." "Yeah. Whoever she is, the person who helps you through this, make sure she chose you for real. Make sure there's no ledger. And she was gone, broom in hand, into the October dark. Harry sat in the empty kitchen for a long time after she left, feeling something settle inside him. Not closure, that was too clean a word for the mess of emotions tangled in his chest. But a kind of peace. Ginny Weasley had walked into his house and given him the most honest conversation he'd ever had with someone who loved him, and she'd done it without a single lie, and that was worth more than he knew how to express. He picked up his protean galleon and sent a message to Daphne, "Are you free this weekend? I need to check ward stones in the Scottish Highlands and I could use company." Her reply came in seconds, "Define company. If you mean someone to watch you dig around ancient magical artifacts in the rain, I charge by the hour. If you mean someone to keep you from doing something stupid, I'm free Saturday." Harry smiled. It still felt strange, smiling. But it was getting easier. Saturday came with clear skies and a biting wind that cut across the Highland moors like a blade. Harry and Daphne apparat to a point near Loch Marie, where Bill's research had identified a cluster of ancient ward stones that predated even Hogwarts, remnants of the original containment network, placed by magical peoples whose names were lost to history. The stones were massive. 3 of them, arranged in a rough triangle on a hilltop overlooking the loch, each one twice Harry's height and carved with symbols that seemed to shift when he wasn't looking directly at them. The air around them hummed with old magic, deep, earthen, patient, and Harry could feel the ley line beneath them like a subterranean river. He pressed his palm against the nearest stone and closed his eyes. The ley line current was there, but Flitwick was right, it was thinner than it should be. Harry could sense the hollowing's influence at the edges, a subtle wrongness, a negative space, like a shadow in the magical current that shouldn't exist. The ward stone was compensating, drawing more power to maintain the seal, but it was working harder than it was designed to, and the strain showed in hairline cracks in the carved symbols. "How bad is it?" Daphne asked. She was standing a few feet away, watching him with the focused attention she brought to everything. "Bad. The stone is holding, but it's stressed. Bill said the degradation is accelerating, the more power the stones draw from the ley lines, the weaker the lines get, which means the stones need to draw more power, which means, a feedback loop. It'll collapse exponentially. Bill estimates 6 months before the first ward stones fail completely. When they do, the dead zones won't be temporary. They'll be permanent." Daphne absorbed this with characteristic composure. She walked to the second stone and studied the carvings with an analytical eye. These symbols, they're not just protective wards. They're relational. See this pattern? It repeats, but with variations. Each variation corresponds to a different type of magical bond, familial, romantic, fraternal, communal. The ward network isn't just a cage. It's a web of connections. The containment works because the bonds between people generate the power that keeps the hollowing sealed. Harry stared at her. "How do you know that?" "My father studied ancient magical theory. He believed that the foundational magic of Britain wasn't institutional, it was relational. He wrote a paper on it when he was young. Nobody read it because he was a Slytherin and the academic establishment was dominated by Gryffindors and Ravenclaws who didn't take kindly to being told their understanding of magic was fundamentally incomplete." She traced one of the carvings with her finger. "He was right, though. The whole system runs on trust. On genuine bonds between people. That's why the hollowing feeds on betrayal. Broken bonds don't just hurt the people involved. They weaken the actual magical infrastructure of the world." Harry felt the pieces clicking together in his mind, the kind of clarity that came when a problem suddenly revealed its shape. That's why Dumbledore's surveillance network is so dangerous. Not just morally, structurally. Every fabricated bond, every purchased friendship, every manipulated relationship is a weak point in the ward network. The shepherds aren't protecting the containment. They're undermining it. With excellent intentions, which makes it worse. Dumbledore spent 17 years building bonds around me that were designed to look genuine but weren't. And now those bonds are breaking, and the hollowing is feeding on the breakage. His entire strategy was self-defeating. Unless, Daphne said slowly, the point was never to prevent the hollowing from waking. Unless the point was to ensure that when it did wake, the right person would be in position to deal with it. Harry looked at her. You think he planned for the wards to fail? I think Dumbledore was the kind of man who planned for everything. He knew the wards were tied to his life force. He knew he was going to die, he arranged his own death, Harry. The cursed ring, Snape, the whole elaborate choreography. He walked into death knowing that the wards would start to fail, knowing that you'd eventually discover the truth, knowing that the resulting broken bonds would accelerate the collapse. She paused. The question is, what did he think would happen next? Harry remembered the portrait's words. Only a Potter can activate the linchpin stone, but only a shepherd can access it. When the time comes, cooperation will not be optional. He thought I'd have no choice but to work with the shepherds, Harry said. That the crisis would force me into their arms. That I'd be so desperate to save the world that I'd accept their terms, their structure, their control, their vision. And would you? Harry looked out over the loch. The water was dark and still, reflecting the sky like a mirror. The wind cut across the moor, and the ward stones hummed their deep, ancient note, and somewhere beneath it all, the hollowing stirred in its cage and tasted the cracks. No, he said. I'll find another way. There might not be another way. There's always another way. That's the one thing Dumbledore never understood. He saw the world as a chess game, fixed rules, limited moves, predetermined outcomes. But that's not how magic works. Magic is about will and connection and the impossible becoming possible because someone has the courage to try. Daphne studied him with an expression he couldn't quite read. Then she stepped closer, not the calculated approach of a strategist but the instinctive movement of a person drawn to something genuine. You really believe that, she said. Not a question. I walked into the Forbidden Forest and let Voldemort kill me because I believed that love was stronger than death. And I was right. So yes. I believe there's another way. The wind picked up. Daphne's hair whipped across her face and she pushed it back with an impatient hand. She was close enough that Harry could see the fine lines at the corners of her eyes, fatigue, worry, the stress of fighting for her family's survival while the world crumbled around them. My sister is getting worse, she said quietly. The blood curse. Astoria had an episode last week, collapsed during breakfast, couldn't feel her magic for almost an hour. Our family healer says the curse is accelerating. He doesn't know why. Harry felt it click. The ley lines. The blood curse is tied to the magical current. As the ley lines weaken, the curse strengthens. Yes. I'd worked that out. Her voice was steady but her eyes weren't. For the first time since he'd known her, Daphne Greengrass looked afraid. Not for herself, for someone she loved. She's 13, Harry. She's 13 years old and she's dying, and the thing that's killing her is getting stronger every day because the magical infrastructure of Britain is falling apart. Harry reached out and took her hand. Not a strategic gesture, not a political alliance, not a calculated move in anyone's game. He took her hand because she was afraid and because he was there and because it was the most natural thing in the world. Daphne looked down at their joined hands. Then she looked up at him. Her grey-blue eyes were bright with unshed tears and something else, something fragile and fierce and fundamentally human. Don't make me trust you, she said. Don't make me need this. Too late. I know. Damn you. She kissed him. Or he kissed her. It happened so naturally that the distinction was irrelevant. One moment they were standing apart, two people with walls and wounds and reasons to keep their distance, and the next moment they weren't. Her mouth was warm against the Highland cold, and she tasted like the tea she'd drunk that morning, and her hand came up to grip his jacket with an intensity that had nothing to do with romance and everything to do with a person holding on to something real in a world that kept proving that real things were rare. When they pulled apart, they were both slightly breathless, and Daphne's composure had cracked open in a way that made her look younger and more beautiful and infinitely more human. "Well," she said. "That was imprudent. Completely. Strategically inadvisable. Absolutely. We should probably do it again." "Definitely." She laughed, the surprised, unguarded sound he'd heard in the Thai restaurant, the one that transformed her face, and he kissed her again, and the ward stones hummed around them with a note that might have been approval, and for a few minutes the hollowing and the shepherds and the broken wreckage of Harry's manufactured life fell away, and there was just a hilltop in Scotland and two people choosing each other with their eyes wide open. They spent the rest of the day checking ward stones across the Highlands, working their way north through a chain of ancient sites that Bill had mapped. The pattern was consistent, degradation everywhere, accelerating, the containment network slowly losing its grip. At each site, Harry pressed his palm against the stones and felt the ley line current, and at each site, the current was weaker than the last. By late afternoon, they'd reached the northernmost stone in the chain, a solitary monolith on a cliff overlooking the North Sea. The wind was savage, the sky heavy with approaching storms, and the ward stone was in the worst condition they'd seen. The carved symbols were barely visible, worn smooth not by weather but by magical erosion. The ley line beneath it was little more than a trickle. Harry pressed his hand against the stone and felt something else. Not the hollowing itself, not yet, but a pressure. A weight pushing up from below, testing the seal, probing the cracks. It was aware. It could feel him. He pulled his hand away. His palm was tingling. "Harry." Daphne was watching him with sharpened attention. "What is it?" "It knows I'm here," he said. "The hollowing. It can sense me through the ward stones. It knows who I am." "What does that mean?" "I'm a potter. The ward network was built by my ancestors. The linchpin stone is keyed to my blood. The hollowing recognizes the bloodline that imprisoned it." He flexed his tingling hand. "And it's hungry." They operated back to London as the storm broke over the North Sea, and Harry spent the evening at Grimmauld Place with his war council, bringing them up to speed on the ward degradation and the accelerating timeline. The group had grown. Neville had arrived 2 days ago, solid and dependable, his grandmother's wand at his hip, he'd broken his own during the battle, and the sword of Gryffindor's presence still lingering around him like an afterimage. Luna had come yesterday, drifting in through the front door as if she'd always been expected, carrying a basket of dirigible plums and a leather satchel full of notes on ley line theory that she'd compiled from her father's research. "Daddy always said the Quibbler was sitting on the biggest story in wizarding history," Luna said serenely, arranging her notes on the kitchen table. "He just didn't know what it was. I think this might be it." Harry looked around the table. Bill, scarred and competent, studying Luna's notes with genuine interest. George, already tinkering with a new set of protean galleons for the expanded team. Percy, rigid and focused, his ministry insider knowledge spread across 3 color-coded parchment sheets. Neville, quiet and steady, cleaning his wand with a cloth. Daphne, her portfolio open, already integrating the new intelligence into their strategic framework. Luna, humming softly to herself as she pinned notes to a map of Britain's ley line network. Not one of them was here because they'd been paid. Not one of them owed him anything. Not one of them had an angle or a directive or a handler's report to file. They were here because they chose to be. And that made them more powerful than any network Dumbledore had ever built. "Right," Harry said. "Here's where we are." He briefed them on everything: the ward degradation, the accelerating dead zones, the Hollowing's growing awareness, the linchpin stone's location in the Department of Mysteries, and the Shepherd's increasing desperation to maintain control. "The timeline is compressing," he said. "Bill estimates 6 months before the first ward stones fail permanently. But the dead zones are appearing faster than his model predicted. We might have less." 3 months, Daphne said. "Maybe 4. The feedback loop is accelerating. Every dead zone weakens the surrounding ley lines, which makes more dead zones possible. It's exponential. So we need the linchpin stone, Neville said. Straightforward as always. We take it from the shepherds, Harry activates it, and we stabilize the wards. It's not that simple, Percy said. The stone is warded behind 7 layers of protection tied to Dumbledore's magical signature. Only a Potter can activate it, but the access protections are key to the Shepherd's operational authority. We need both to get to it. Or we need to break the protections, Bill said. Which is what I do for a living. Can you break Dumbledore's wards? Harry asked. Bill was quiet for a moment. I won't lie to you. Dumbledore was the most powerful wizard of his generation. His ward work is legendary, I studied it in Cursebreaker training. Breaking 7 layers of his protection would take time, specialized tools, and a significant amount of power. He paused. But I've broken wards laid by Pharaoh-level Egyptian sorcerers. I've cracked Aztec blood seals that were 3,000 years old. I'm the best Cursebreaker alive, and if you give me access to the site, I can do it. How long? Hours, not days. But those hours will be noisy. The moment I start breaking the wards, every alarm in the Department of Mysteries will go off. We'll need to hold the position while I work. That's where we come in, Neville said, a quiet smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He'd been shy once. That boy was long gone, replaced by a man who'd pulled Gryffindor's sword from a burning hat and cut the head off a snake. We need more intelligence first, Harry said. Percy, the Department of Mysteries layout, I've mapped everything I can access from Ministry records. The Veil Chamber is in the lowest level, accessible through a single corridor from the main department hub. There are security checkpoints at the entrance to the department and again at the Veil Chamber itself. Standard rotation is 4 unspeakables during the day, 2 at night. But the Shepherds have added their own security, I've identified at least 3 additional operatives stationed in the area. And Doge? He's in the building most days. His official office is in the records section of the Wizengamot administrative area, but he spends hours in the Department of Mysteries. He has unrestricted access, courtesy of credentials Dumbledore arranged before his death. George leaned forward. What about the Veil itself? That's where Sirius, he stopped, glancing at Harry. It's fine, Harry said. It wasn't, entirely, but he could function. The Veil is there. The linchpin stone is behind it, or near it. I'm not sure of the exact configuration. Dumbledore's journal mentions the Veil Chamber specifically, Percy said. The quote was, "The stone is in the Veil Chamber, warded behind 7 layers of protection tied to my magical signature." But there's a complication. Of course there is. Doge sent orders to move the stone to secondary containment. I intercepted the message through a contact in the Owl office, but I don't know if the move has been executed yet. If it has, we're back to square one. Harry's coin warmed in his pocket. He pulled it out and read the heat text message from Gripclaw. Financial records indicate emergency payment from Shepherd Operational Fund to Department of Mysteries security contractor. Timestamp, yesterday. Amount, significant. Annotation, relocation protocol. The stone has been moved. Harry read the message aloud. The room went quiet. Moved where? Daphne asked. I don't know. But Gripclaw is following the gold. If they paid someone to move it, there's a transaction record, and transaction records have details. We need to move faster, Bill said. Every day we wait, the wards degrade further, and the Shepherds have more time to fortify. Harry agreed. But before he could respond, the room shook. Not an earthquake, something deeper. The magical foundations of Grimmauld Place trembled, and Harry felt the ley line current beneath the house lurch. The lights flickered. The ward stones in the cellar, ancient black family protections, let out a low, grinding note like a bell being struck underwater. Everyone was on their feet, wands drawn. Dead zone? Neville asked. Harry pressed his hand against the wall and reached for the ley line current. It was there, but turbulent, surging and receding in irregular pulses, as if something was pulling on it from below. And then, through the contact, he felt the hollowing. Not a probe this time. Not a test. A push. A deliberate, directed pressure against the containment, focused on the ley line network beneath London. The ward stones resisted, but the strain was visible. Harry could feel them vibrating, could feel the hairline cracks widening. "It's testing the London wards," Harry said. A concentrated push. He closed his eyes, reached deeper, felt the shape of the assault. "It's targeting the bonds. The emotional connections between people in the area. It's trying to weaken them, to weaken the wards." "Can we feel it?" George asked, looking around the room. "Should we feel something?" "Not here. The black wards are too strong." But outside, in the city, Harry's coin warmed again. A message from Daphne's contact at St. Mungo's: sudden influx of patients reporting emotional numbness, disconnection, inability to recognize family members. Concentrated in Muggle London areas with high wizarding population. Effects transient but increasing in duration. "It's happening now," Harry said. "The hollowing is pushing through. Not a dead zone, something more targeted. It's attacking the bonds between people in London." "Then we need to respond now," Daphne said. She was already pulling on her jacket, her face set in the expression Harry had come to recognize as her battle mode: calm, focused, utterly decisive. "Not the linchpin stone, that comes later. Right now, people are being hurt. What can we do?" Harry thought fast. The Patronus charm. At Hogsmeade, no, that hadn't happened yet. But the principle was sound. The Patronus was a manifestation of positive bonds, of love and memory and connection. If the hollowing fed on broken bonds, then the Patronus was its opposite number. "Patron uses," he said. "Everyone who can cast one. The Patronus is pure emotional connection, it should counter the hollowing's influence in the affected areas. It's a stopgap, not a solution, but it'll buy time." "I'll alert the DA network," Neville said immediately. "There are at least 30 members who can cast a full corporeal Patronus. I can have them deployed in an hour." "I'll coordinate with St. Mungo's," Luna offered. "The healers need to know what they're dealing with. If they try to treat this as a standard magical malady, they'll make it worse. Percy, get to the ministry. Find Kingsley. He needs to know what's happening, the real version, not the shepherd's version. George, communications. Keep the Galleon network running. I need real-time information from across the city. Bill, with me. We're going to the worst-hit area and we're going to see if a concentrated Patronus burst can push the hollowing back." "And me?" Daphne asked. Harry looked at her. "The Wisengamot. Emergency session. This is going to become political within hours, and if the shepherds get to frame the narrative first, they'll use the crisis to consolidate power. We need our version of events on record before Doge can spin it." Daphne nodded. "I'll need documentation. Evidence of the hollowing's existence, the ward degradation, the shepherd's role. Take what you need from my files. And Daphne, I know. Be careful. I was going to say be brilliant." She almost smiled. "That I can manage." They scattered. Harry and Bill apparat to the edge of the affected area, a stretch of magical London near Charing Cross Road where the boundary between the wizarding and Muggle worlds was thinnest. Harry could feel the wrongness before they materialized, a heaviness in the air, a grayness that had nothing to do with the overcast sky. People were standing in the streets looking confused, lost, disconnected. A witch Harry recognized from the ministry was staring at her husband with blank incomprehension. 2 children were crying, reaching for their mother, who looked at them as if she'd never seen them before. The emotional bonds between people were being attenuated, stretched thin, thinned out, reduced to threads. Harry raised his wand. He thought of Daphne's hand in his on the hilltop. Of George's lopsided grin. Of Ginny's kiss on his forehead, honest and final. Of Neville, quiet and steady. Of Luna, serene and strange and absolutely trustworthy. Of Bill, scarred and loyal and choosing to help because it was right. He thought of the family he was building. The real one. The one nobody had paid for. Expecto Patronum. The stag erupted from his wand. But it wasn't the stag he was used to, it was larger, brighter, more real. It blazed with a silver-white light that burned away the grayness like sun through fog, and where it passed, people gasped and straightened and looked at each other with sudden recognition, bonds snapping back into place like elastic. Bill was casting too. His Patronus was a jackal, lean and fierce, and it ranged alongside Harry's stag as they moved through the streets, pushing the Hollowing's influence back. Other patron uses appeared as the DA members arrived, a menagerie of silver light flooding through the grey, Neville's lion, Luna's hare, Seamus Finnegan's fox, Parvati Patil's gazelle. The Hollowing resisted. Harry felt it, a countering pressure, a pulling darkness that tried to swallow the Patronus light. For a moment the stag flickered, and Harry felt the cold creep in, the whisper of the void, "Your bonds are broken too, Harry Potter. Your trust was purchased. Your love was manufactured. What real connection do you have to anchor your light?" Harry gritted his teeth and pushed back. Not with the memories Dumbledore had shaped, not the Burrow, not Ron's friendship, not Molly's warmth. With the new ones. The real ones. Daphne's laugh in the Thai restaurant. George's protean galleons. Percy's quiet courage. Bill's unwavering competence. Neville at the door of Grimmauld Place, saying "What do you need?" Luna, pinning notes to a map with dreamy precision. Gripclaw's toothy grin. Ginny, saying make sure she chose you for real. The stag blazed brighter than it ever had. The Hollowing recoiled. And then something happened that Harry didn't expect. The ley line beneath London surged. Not in response to the Patronus directly, but in response to what it represented, genuine bonds, freely chosen, powering a magic of protection and connection. The ward stones in the area resonated with the surge, their ancient carvings flaring with light, and the Hollowing's push collapsed like a wave hitting a seawall. The grayness receded. The affected area cleared. People shook themselves, looked around, grabbed their loved ones. The witch from the ministry burst into tears and hugged her husband. The children ran to their mother, who scooped them up with a sob. Harry lowered his wand. His arm was shaking. The Patronus faded, but the warmth it left behind lingered in the air like a promise. Bill was staring at him. "Harry. The ley line. Did you feel that?" "I felt it. You powered the ward stones. Through the Patronus. Your genuine bonds amplified the ley line current and the ward stones responded. That shouldn't be possible without the linchpin stone. Maybe it shouldn't be. But it happened." Bill ran a hand through his hair, looking at Harry with an expression that was part awe and part professional excitement. The stone amplifies and focuses the anchor's connection to the ward network. But you just did a version of that without it, raw, unfocused, but real. Harry, do you understand what this means? The ward network was built by your ancestors. It's keyed to your bloodline. The linchpin stone isn't a requirement, it's a tool. You are the anchor. The stone just makes the job easier. Harry absorbed this. So I could stabilize the wards without the stone. Theoretically. But it would be like trying to light a fire by rubbing sticks instead of using a match. Possible but exhausting, imprecise, and unsustainable long-term. The stone is designed to make the connection efficient and permanent. Without it, you'd have to consciously maintain the wards every moment of every day. It would kill you inside a year. So we still need the stone. We still need the stone. But now we know it's not the shepherd's leverage point anymore. They thought they were holding the only key. They're holding a tool. The real key is you. Harry felt something shift in the strategic landscape. Dumbledore had designed the system so that cooperation between Harry and the Shepherds would be mandatory, the stone accessible only through the Shepherds, activatable only by Harry. A forced partnership. But if Harry could connect to the ward network without the stone, even imperfectly, then the Shepherds' bargaining position was weaker than they believed. The hollowing was still out there. The wards were still failing. The crisis was still real. But the terms had changed. Harry's galleon warned. George's message, Hogsmeade under attack. Not a dead zone. Something physical. Creatures. Hagrid's frantic. DA members responding but they're outmatched. Harry and Bill operate without a word. They arrived on the outskirts of Hogsmeade to chaos. The main street was a war zone. Shop windows were shattered, roofing tiles scattered across the cobblestones, and the air was filled with a sound that wasn't quite sound, a low, pulsing absence of noise, a negative frequency that made Harry's teeth ache and his vision blur at the edges. The creatures were unlike anything he'd ever seen. They were voids in the shape of things. Humanoid outlines filled with nothing, not darkness, not shadow, but absence. Where they moved, color drained from the world. Where they touched, stone crumbled and wood rotted and magic simply stopped working. They were the hollowing made manifest, physical extensions of the entity beneath the ley lines, and there were dozens of them. Seamus Finnegan was dueling 3 at once, his spells passing through them without effect, his face a mask of frustrated desperation. Dean Thomas had erected a shield charm that was dissolving on contact. Hannah Abbott was dragging an unconscious Ernie Macmillan behind an overturned cart, blood on her face. Standard spells don't work. Seamus shouted when he saw Harry. They go right through. Harry didn't hesitate. He raised his wand and cast the Patronus, the stag burst forth, blazing silver, and charged the nearest void creature. Where the Patronus connected, the creature shuddered and fractured, its outline cracking like glass, light pouring through the cracks until the void shattered and dispersed. Patron uses. Harry bellowed. Only patron uses work. Cast them now. The DA responded. They were trained, battle-hardened, and they trusted Harry's tactical calls with the unthinking loyalty of soldiers who had fought beside him and survived. Patron uses erupted across the main street, every shape and size, silver light flooding the cobblestones, and the void creatures recoiled. But there were too many. And casting a Patronus in combat, maintaining the emotional focus required while things were trying to kill you, was exponentially harder than casting one in a classroom. Patron uses flickered and died as casters lost concentration. The void creatures adapted, spreading out, flanking, targeting the weakest casters. Harry moved through the battle like something inevitable. His stag ran ahead of him, smashing through void creatures, while he directed the defense with shouted orders and an instinct for combat positioning that bordered on precognitive. He pulled Seamus back from an overextended position. He sent Neville's lion, Neville had arrived moments after Harry, to shore up the left flank. He spotted Luna on a rooftop, her hair Patronus dancing above the street, drawing void creatures away from the wounded. And then the big one came. It rose from the cobblestones at the far end of the street, not walking, not materializing, but unfolding, as if reality itself was peeling back to reveal the nothing underneath. It was the size of a house, humanoid only in the loosest sense, and the absence it radiated was so intense that every Patronus within 50 feet flickered and dimmed. Neville's lion went out. Dean's terrier dissolved. Seamus's fox lasted 3 seconds longer before collapsing. Harry's stag held. It stood in the street, silver light blazing against the advancing void, but it was diminishing, shrinking, dimming, the warmth draining from it as the massive creature bore down. Your bonds are fractured, the hollowing whispered through the void creature's absence. Not words, impressions, feelings, the emotional signature of dissolution. Your trust was purchased. Your family was a transaction. Everything you believed was manufactured. You are alone, Harry Potter. You have always been alone. Harry felt it. The cold. The emptiness. The terrible persuasive truth of the whisper, because it was true, wasn't it? Molly's love came with a price tag. Ron's friendship had a monthly payment. Ginny's affection was proceeding as discussed. Every warm memory he'd used to power a Patronus for 7 years was tainted, poisoned, false. The stag flickered. Dimmed. Almost went out. And then Daphne's voice cut through the noise like a blade. Harry. He didn't know when she'd arrived. She was standing at the end of the street, out of breath, her Wisingamot robes abandoned somewhere, wand in hand, grey-blue eyes blazing with a fury that had nothing to do with the hollowing and everything to do with watching the man she'd chosen being eaten alive by doubt. She didn't cast a Patronus. She wasn't sure hers was strong enough, and she knew it. Instead, she ran. Straight toward him, through the combat zone, past the void creatures, past the shattered shop fronts and the scattered debris, until she was standing in front of him with her hands on his face. Listen to me, she said. I'm real. This is real. Nobody paid me to be here. Nobody asked me to care about you. I chose this. I chose you. Not because of a directive or a payment or a plan. Because you're the most infuriating, principled, stubborn, brilliant man I've ever met, and you walked into a bank and your entire world fell apart and you decided to build a better one instead of burning everything down. That's real, Harry. That's the realest thing I've ever seen. Harry looked into her eyes and felt the cold recede. Not because she was telling him something he didn't know. Because she was showing him something he'd been afraid to believe, that real bonds were possible. That trust could exist without transactions. That love could be a choice made freely, with eyes open, with no ledger. The stag blazed. Not silver, gold. A light so intense it turned the entire street into daylight, and the massive void creature screamed, a sound that was the absence of sound, a negative shriek that cracked windows and split cobblestones, and the stag charged. It hit the creature like a battering ram. The void shattered outward, darkness fragmenting into pieces that dissolved in the golden light, and where the creature had been, there was nothing left but warm air and the faint smell of something clean, rain on stone, cut grass, the indefinable scent of a world reasserting itself. The remaining void creatures broke. They didn't retreat, they came apart, unraveling at the edges, the hollowing grip on physical reality slipping as the ley line beneath Hogsmeade surged with the power of Harry's Patronus. The Da's patron uses flared back to life, silver light joining the gold, and within minutes, the last void creature had dissolved. Silence fell over the main street. Harry lowered his wand. His arm was trembling. His vision was spotted with afterimages of golden light. Daphne was still in front of him, her hands still on his face, and she was looking at him with an expression that was equal parts relief and exasperation. Golden Patronus, she said. Bit dramatic, don't you think? I wasn't trying to, you never are. That's what makes it so annoying. She kissed him, quickly, in front of everyone, and then stepped back and became the strategist again, her expression sharpening as she surveyed the damage. Casualties? Minimal, Neville reported, jogging up with his wand out and his lion Patronus pacing beside him like a guard dog. Ernie took a bad hit, something drained his magic temporarily, but Hannah's got him stabilized. Seamus broke his arm, standard spell damage from a deflection. No fatalities. The ley line, Bill said, emerging from a side street with his jackal trotting at his heels. Harry, you did it again. The ley line surged when your Patronus went gold. The ward stones in the area are stronger than they've been in months. Whatever you did, it wasn't just defense, it was restoration. Harry filed that information away. The ward network responded to genuine bonds. His bonds, freely chosen, powered by real trust, they didn't just protect against the hollowing. They healed the damage it caused. The linchpin stone would make it sustainable. But the power was his. The aftermath of Hogsmeade changed everything. The attack couldn't be hidden. Too many witnesses, too much damage, too many questions. The Prophet ran it as the lead story, Hogsmeade attacked by unknown entities, Potterblack leads defense. The ministry was flooded with questions. Kingsley called an emergency Wisengamot session. And Elphia's Doge made his move. He arrived at the session with a prepared statement, a stack of documentation, and the calm, gentle demeanor of a grandfather explaining something complicated to a child. He took the floor and, in measured, reasonable tones, outlined the threat of the hollowing, the first public acknowledgement of its existence. This threat has been managed, quietly and effectively, for decades, Doge said, standing at the podium with his hands clasped. The late Albus Dumbledore devoted his life to maintaining the containment wards that keep the hollowing sealed. He built infrastructure, monitoring systems, response protocols, a network of dedicated individuals, to ensure that this threat would never reach our families, our homes, our children. He paused, letting the gravity settle. That infrastructure is called the Shepherd Protocol. I am its coordinator. And I stand before you today to ask for this body's formal endorsement and support, because the wards are failing, the threat is real, and we need the resources of the ministry to respond. It was brilliant. Harry had to admit it. Doge was taking the exposure of the shepherds, the very thing Harry had been working toward, and reframing it. Not a secret surveillance state, but a heroic defense organization. Not unauthorized intelligence operations, but necessary protective measures. Not a web of manipulation and control, but a legacy of the greatest wizard who ever lived. The Wisengamot was wavering. Doge's presentation was compelling, his evidence was real, and the memory of Hogsmeade was fresh. Fear was a powerful persuader. Harry stood. The chamber went quiet. Every eye turned to him. He walked to the floor without rushing, and when he spoke, his voice was level and clear. Everything Elphia's Doge just told you about the hollowing is true. The threat is real. The wards are failing. We are in danger. He's not lying about any of that. Doge blinked, surprised by the concession. What he's not telling you, Harry continued, is what the Shepherd Protocol actually does. He's not telling you about the monthly payments to families tasked with monitoring and manipulating specific individuals without their knowledge. He's not telling you about the surveillance of ministry officials, journalists, and foreign leaders. He's not telling you about the obliviation of anyone who gets too close to the truth. He pulled the red leather ledger from his robes and held it up. This is the financial record of Albus Dumbledore's operational fund. It documents 17 years of payments to surveillance assets, including payments to monitor me, Harry Potter, from the age of 11. My friendships were purchased. My relationships were engineered. My emotional development was managed as a strategic asset. All of it documented, annotated, and compensated. The chamber erupted. Doja's face went white. Reporters in the gallery were writing so fast their quills were smoking. Harry waited for the noise to subside. When he spoke again, his voice was quiet enough that people had to lean forward to hear, which made them listen harder. Dumbledore did what he did because he believed he was the only one smart enough, powerful enough, and important enough to make decisions for the rest of us. Elphia's Doge believes the same thing. And I am standing here today to tell you that they are wrong. He looked at Doge. The old wizard looked back with eyes that had gone from gentle to flinty. The hollowing is real, Harry said. The threat is real. But the answer is not a shadow government making decisions in secret. The answer is transparency, accountability, and trust. Real trust. The kind that isn't purchased. He paused. I am Harry Potter. Lord of the most ancient and noble houses of Potter and Black. I am the heir to the bloodline that built the ward network 1,000 years ago. And I am telling you, telling all of you, that I will find a way to restore the wards and contain the hollowing. Not through surveillance. Not through manipulation. Not through control. Through genuine bonds, freely chosen, between people who trust each other because they've earned it. He sat down. The chamber exploded into debate. Doge tried to retake the floor but was drowned out. Kingsley called for order. Daphne's coalition held firm, 12 moderate Wisengamot members who had been briefed in advance and who now voted, one by one, to table Doge's proposal and launch an independent investigation into the Shepherd Protocol. Doge lost the vote. Not by much, the margin was 6 seats, but he lost. His grand play for legitimacy had failed. Harry watched the old wizard gather his documents with trembling hands and leave the chamber without speaking to anyone. His face was set in an expression of quiet devastation, not anger, not defiance, but the look of a man whose faith had just been rejected by the world it was meant to save. For a moment, Harry felt something close to sympathy. Doge believed. Truly, deeply, with his whole heart, he believed he was doing the right thing. That belief was genuine and sincere and completely, catastrophically wrong. But wrong believers, as Percy had warned, didn't stop believing when they lost a vote. They escalated. Molly found him afterward. She was in the ministry atrium, sitting on a bench near the Fountain of Magical Brethren, looking smaller than Harry had ever seen her. She wasn't crying, she looked past tears, past the messy emotional stage, into something quieter and more final. Harry almost walked past. He was tired, drained from the Patronus work and the political battle and the constant weight of carrying a crisis he hadn't asked for. He wanted to go home, to Grimmauld Place, which was starting to feel like home in ways the Burrow never truly had, and sleep. But Molly looked up, and their eyes met, and he couldn't walk away. He sat down on the bench. Not close. An arm's length away. 2 people on a bench in a government building, surrounded by the echoing footsteps of people going about their lives. Molly didn't start with excuses. She didn't start with tears. She started with something Harry had never heard from her before, the truth, stripped of all performance. I was poor, Harry. She said it flatly, without self-pity. I had 7 children and a husband who loved muggles more than money. We lived in a house that was held together by magic and stubbornness. Ron wore Charlie's old robes to school. The twins shared textbooks. Ginny's first wand was a hand-me-down. She paused. Dumbledore came to see me after your first year. He sat in my kitchen and he told me that you were the most important child in the wizarding world. He said you needed a family, a real family, not a political arrangement, and that the Weasleys were perfect because Ron had already bonded with you naturally. He said all he wanted was for me to keep doing what I was already doing, feeding you, worrying about you, treating you like one of mine. And the gold? He offered it as a stipend. He called it household support, compensation for the additional food, the extra place at the table, the travel costs. It sounded reasonable. It sounded like a man trying to help a struggling family take care of a boy who needed them. But it wasn't just a stipend. No. Molly's hands were folded in her lap, gripping each other hard. The first report was his idea. He said he needed to know how you were adjusting, whether you were happy, whether the home environment was healthy. I thought I was helping. I thought I was giving a concerned guardian updates on a child in his care. And it grew. It grew. The reports got more detailed. The questions got more specific. He wanted to know about your nightmares, your anger, your relationships. He wanted to know if you were developing appropriate emotional attachments. That's the phrase he used. I should have questioned it then. I should have asked why the headmaster of Hogwarts needed monthly psychological profiles of a 12-year-old boy. Why didn't you? Molly was quiet for a long time. Because by then I loved you, she said. And the gold was paying for Ron's new wand and Ginny's school supplies and the roof repair we'd been putting off for 3 years. And Dumbledore made it so easy to believe it was harmless. He was so good at that, Harry. He was so good at making terrible things sound reasonable. The recommendation to keep me at the Dursleys. Preserve emotional vulnerability to maximize bonding. That was your report, Molly. Your handwriting. Molly flinched. It was the first crack in her composure, a physical recoil, as if the words had hit her. I know, she whispered. I know what I wrote. And I know what it means. I told myself it was analysis, that I was just describing what I observed, that the decision to keep you there was Dumbledore's, not mine. But I wrote those words. I looked at a child who was being starved and neglected and I wrote that it was strategically useful. And I kept cashing the checks. Harry said nothing. He let the silence do its work. I loved you, Molly said again. I need you to believe that, even if you can't forgive me. When I knitted that first Christmas jumper, I knitted it because I was thinking about a little boy with no family and no presents, and my heart broke for him. The love came first, Harry. Before the gold, before the reports, before any of it. Dumbledore didn't create the love. He exploited it. But you let him. Yes. I let him. Because I was poor and afraid and he was Albus Dumbledore and he told me it was necessary and I wanted to believe him. She unclasped her hands and looked at them, rough, worn, the hands of a woman who had worked hard her whole life and had very little to show for it. I don't expect forgiveness. I'm not here to ask for it. I'm here to tell you the truth because you deserve it and because it's the only thing I have left to give you. Harry looked at her. Molly Weasley. The woman who had killed Bellatrix Lestrange. The woman who had sent him his first Christmas present. The woman who had hugged him on the platform every September and cried when he left every June. The woman who had written clinical assessments of his emotional vulnerabilities and filed them with his psychological profile. She was all of those things. All at once. The love and the betrayal weren't separate, they were woven together, inseparable, a single fabric of compromised humanity. It makes you human, Molly, Harry said. But it doesn't make it okay. Molly nodded. A single tear tracked down her cheek, just one, quickly wiped away. I know, she said. They sat on the bench for another minute, two people sharing a silence that was, for the first time, genuinely honest. Then Harry stood. I'm not ready to forgive you, he said. I don't know if I ever will be. But I'm not going to hate you, either. I've done enough of that to last a lifetime. He walked away. Molly stayed on the bench. He didn't look back. But he didn't need to. He knew exactly what she looked like, a middle-aged woman sitting alone in a government building, carrying the weight of a love that was real and a betrayal that was unforgivable, and trying to figure out how to live with both. It was the most human thing he'd ever seen. Harry returned to Grimmauld Place after midnight. The house was quiet, the others had gone to their own homes, their own lives, their own versions of normal. He sat in the kitchen with a cup of tea and listened to the silence and thought about everything that had happened. The Hogsmeade attack. The Wizengamot battle. Molly's confession. The Golden Patronus. Bill's revelation that Harry himself was the real anchor, with or without the stone. And, underneath it all, the slow drumbeat of the Hollowing, patient and hungry, feeding on every broken bond and cracked trust in magical Britain. His galleon warmed. Gripclaw's message, terse even by goblin standards, found the stone's new location. Not Department of Mysteries. Moved to Hogwarts. Dumbledore's tomb. Harry set down his tea. Of course. Dumbledore's tomb. The white marble monument on the Hogwarts grounds, sealed with the most powerful protective magic in existence, a monument to the greatest wizard of the age. The Elder Wand had been there until Harry had retrieved it. And now, apparently, the linchpin stone was there too, hidden in the one place that no one would think to break into, because it was a tomb, and because it was Dumbledore's, and because the wizarding world treated it as sacred. Doge had moved the stone to the one location where taking it would look like desecration. It was, Harry had to admit, exactly the kind of move Dumbledore would have appreciated, using sentiment as a security system. But Harry had broken into Gringotts, escaped on a dragon, and walked to his own death. He wasn't going to be stopped by a marble box and the fear of bad press. He picked up his galleon and sent a single message to his team: "I know where the stone is. We move tomorrow night. Everyone to Grimald Place at noon for planning. This ends now." He set down the coin, finished his tea, and went upstairs to sleep. For the first time in weeks, he didn't dream about the cupboard under the stairs or the green flash of the killing curse or the red leather ledger and its annotated betrayals. He dreamed about a hilltop in Scotland, and rain, and a pair of grey-blue eyes, and the feeling of a hand in his that no one had paid for. Beneath the ley lines of Britain, the hollowing stirred. It could feel the cracks widening, the bonds straining, the containment weakening with every passing day. It was closer to the surface than it had been in a millennium. It could taste the fear and the broken trust and the delicious, nourishing betrayal that saturated the magical bedrock. But it could feel something else, too. Something new. Something that hadn't been there before, a warmth in the ward network, a brightness in the ley line current, a strengthening of bonds that were harder and fiercer than anything the manufactured connections had produced. The hollowing tasted this new thing and found it bitter and painful and utterly unyielding. For the first time in its ancient, patient existence, it felt something that might have been uncertainty. Chapter 4, Unbound. They gathered at Grimald Place at noon, and the kitchen table looked like a war room. Bill had spread architectural diagrams of the Hogwarts grounds across the surface, not the standard maps that students used, but deep structure analyses showing the ward layers, ley line channels, and magical foundations that ran beneath the castle like a circulatory system. Percy had brought ministry shift schedules, patrol routes, and a list of every shepherd operative he'd been able to identify. George had produced a crate of modified products from the joke shop: Peruvian darkness powder, decoy detonators, shield hats, and several items Harry didn't recognize and wasn't sure he wanted to. Daphne had legal documentation, emergency Wisengamot authorizations, property claim forms for the linchpin stone, and a sealed order from the Chief Warlock's office recognizing Harry's hereditary right to Potter family artifacts. Neville brought sandwiches. "What?" he said, when George raised an eyebrow. "It's going to be a long night. Nobody plans a heist on an empty stomach." Luna arrived last, carrying a rolled-up chart that she pinned to the wall without explanation. It was a hand-drawn map of the ley line network beneath Hogwarts, annotated with symbols that Harry didn't recognize and notes in Luna's dreamy handwriting that said things like resonance peak at third convergence and the Nargles agree this one is important. "My father's research," she said, settling into a chair and folding her legs beneath her. "He spent 20 years mapping the deep ley lines. Most people thought he was mad. He was, a bit. But he was also right." Harry stood at the head of the table and looked at his team. 7 people. No one under contract. No one on a stipend. No one filing reports to an operational fund. "Here's what we know," he said. "The linchpin stone has been moved to Dumbledore's tomb on the Hogwarts grounds. Doge relocated it from the Department of Mysteries after our intelligence indicated we knew its original location. The tomb is protected by the wards Dumbledore placed on it before his death, plus whatever additional protections the shepherds have added. The tomb's original wards are formidable," Bill said, tracing a finger along the diagrams. "Dumbledore designed them to be impenetrable, anti-apparition, anti-portkey, physical barriers, and at least 3 layers of intent-based security that will resist anyone approaching with hostile purpose. But there's a gap." "There's always a gap," George said. "The tomb was designed to protect Dumbledore's body and the Elder Wand. It wasn't designed to protect a Potter family artifact. The intent-based wards scan for hostile intent toward Dumbledore's remains. Harry isn't going there to disturb the remains, he's going to reclaim his own property. If his intent is genuinely focused on the stone and not on Dumbledore, the original wards shouldn't trigger." "And the Shepherd editions?" Percy asked. "That's where it gets complicated. I don't know what they've added. It could be anything from standard alarm wards to combat-grade defensive enchantments. I'll need to assess on site." "Assume the worst," Daphne said. Doge knows Harry is coming. He's known since the Wisengamot session. He'll have prepared accordingly. Harry nodded. Which is why we're not going in quiet. We're going in with a plan, but we're also going in ready to fight. Doge will have Shepherd operatives on site. We've identified at least 6 confirmed agents, and there are probably more. What about the hollowing? Luna asked, her dreamy tone at odds with the gravity of the question. The ley lines beneath Hogwarts are the strongest in Britain. If the hollowing pushes through while we're on site, then we deal with it, Harry said. Patron uses worked at Hogsmeade. They'll work again. But you're right, the timing is dangerous. The ward degradation is accelerating. Bill. I checked the Hogwarts ley line readings this morning. The current is down another 4% since last week. The Founders' wards are compensating, but they're running hot. If the hollowing makes a push while we're there. He shook his head. It'll be bad. Then we move fast. Harry pointed to Luna's chart. Luna, walk us through the ley line configuration. Luna unfolded herself from the chair and moved to the wall. The Hogwarts ley lines converge beneath the castle in 3 major channels. The primary channel runs north-south, roughly under the Great Hall. The secondary runs east-west, under the library wing. The tertiary, and this is the one that matters, runs directly beneath the tomb. Dumbledore knew, Daphne said. He chose that burial site deliberately. Obviously. The tertiary channel is the deepest and oldest of the 3. My father believed it was the original anchor point, the place where the first ward stones were placed, long before Hogwarts was built. If Harry can reach the linchpin stone and activate it at that convergence point, the amplification effect will be enormous. He could stabilize the entire ward network from a single location. Or, Bill added, if the hollowing breaks through at that point, it'll have direct access to the strongest ley line nexus in Britain. The damage would be catastrophic. So no pressure, George said cheerfully. Just save the world without accidentally destroying it. Tuesday stuff. Harry almost smiled. Here's the plan. Bill and I go for the tomb. Percy handles ministry coordination. I need you at the DMLE making sure Kingsley has Aurors ready to respond if this goes sideways. George, your communications and countermeasures. Keep the Galleon network running and deploy whatever toys you've brought to disrupt the Shepherd's operations. Neville, Luna, your defense. If the hollowing manifests during the operation, you organize the Patronus response. Get every DA member you can reach to Hogsmeade by midnight. I want a defensive perimeter around the grounds. And me? Daphne asked. Harry hesitated. He wanted her there, not just for strategic reasons, but because something in him had become dependent on her presence in a way that was new and terrifying and completely genuine. But the tomb would be the most dangerous location on the grounds. I need you with me, he said. At the tomb. You understand the ley line theory better than anyone except Luna, and if something goes wrong with the activation, I'll need someone who can troubleshoot in real time. Daphne's expression didn't change, but something warmed in her eyes. I was going to come whether you asked or not. I just wanted to see if you'd ask. Noted. The legal documentation, Percy interjected. Harry, I need to stress, what we're doing is technically legal. You have a legitimate property claim on the linchpin stone, backed by Gringotts authentication and Wisengamot authorization. If the Shepherds resist, they are in violation of magical law, not us. That matters. It matters for what comes after. What comes after is Doja's problem, not ours, Daphne said. But Percy's right. We need to do this by the book, or at least close enough to the book that no one can credibly claim we've gone rogue. Harry nodded. We move at midnight. That gives us 12 hours to prepare and gives Neville and Luna time to assemble the DA. Everyone clear on their roles? Nods around the table. One more thing, Harry said. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded piece of parchment, Ron's letter, which he'd been carrying since the day it arrived, creased and soft from handling. He didn't unfold it. He just held it for a moment, feeling its weight. If anyone encounters Ron tonight, he may show up, he may not, don't engage him as a threat. He's not part of the Shepherds. He's not part of this operation. But he's not an enemy. George looked at Harry for a long moment, then nodded. The others followed. They spent the afternoon preparing. George tested his countermeasure devices in the garden, filling the air with purple smoke and small explosions that drew alarmed looks from the Muggle neighbors. Bill meditated over the architectural diagrams, his curse-breaker senses extending into the parchment as if he could feel the wards through the drawings. Percy flew to the ministry to coordinate with Kingsley. Neville and Luna left to activate the DA network, sending messages through the Protean galleons to every former member who could cast a corporeal Patronus. Harry sat in his study and wrote 2 letters. The first was to Hermione, who was still in Australia. He told her everything, the ledger, the Shepherds, the hollowing, the linchpin stone. He told her she was the one friendship Dumbledore hadn't been able to corrupt, and that knowledge had been the anchor that kept him sane. He told her he loved her like a sister and always would. He told her that if something happened tonight, the contents of the red leather ledger should be made public in full. The second letter was to Ron. It was short. Ron, I read your letter. I've read it a lot, actually. I don't have an answer yet. I don't know if what we had was real or manufactured or some impossible combination of both. I don't know if I can forgive you. I don't know if forgiveness is even the right word for what needs to happen between us. But I kept your letter. And keeping it means something. I'm just not sure what yet. I'm doing something dangerous tonight. If it goes wrong, talk to Daphne Greengrass, she'll explain everything. If it goes right, maybe we can sit down and figure this out. Not as best mates. Not yet. Maybe not ever. But as 2 people who owe each other an honest conversation. Harry he sent both letters with separate owls and watched them disappear into the grey London sky. Daphne found him in the study an hour before departure. She'd changed into practical clothes, dark trousers, boots, a close-fitting jacket that wouldn't catch on anything. Her wand was holstered at her hip in a dragon-hide sheath. She looked like someone who had made peace with what was coming and was ready to face it head-on. She sat on the edge of his desk and looked at him with that grey-blue gaze that saw everything and judged nothing. "Are you ready?" she asked. "No." "Are you?" "No. But I'm going anyway, so readiness seems beside the point." Harry reached out and took her hand. She laced her fingers through his, a small gesture, intimate, private. No audience. No strategic value. Just 2 people holding on. "If this goes wrong," he started. "It won't. If it does. Then it does, and we'll deal with it. I didn't survive 7 years of Slytherin politics, a war, and the discovery that my first genuine romantic attachment is to the most dramatically targeted man in magical history just to die in a cemetery." She squeezed his hand. "We go in, we get the stone, you do the impossible thing you always do, and then we go home. Simple. Nothing about my life has ever been simple. I know. I find it exhausting and weirdly attractive." She leaned in and kissed him, slow, deliberate, the kind of kiss that wasn't about passion but about promise. When she pulled back, her eyes were steady. "I chose you, Harry. Eyes open. No ledger. Whatever happens tonight, that's real. Hold on to it." "I will." She stood, straightened her jacket, and became the strategist again. "Midnight. Let's go save the world." They apparat to the edge of the Hogwarts grounds at 11:47 p.m. The castle was dark. McGonagall had been informed, Harry had flued her that afternoon, and she'd agreed to evacuate the remaining students and staff to the upper levels, away from the grounds. The Founders' wards would provide additional protection for anyone inside the castle proper. The grounds were silver and black under a three-quarter moon. The lake shimmered. The forbidden forest, empty of centaurs, eerily silent, was a wall of shadow to the east. And there, on the far side of the lake, pale as bone in the moonlight, stood Dumbledore's tomb. Harry could feel the ley line the moment his feet touched the grass. It pulsed beneath the earth like a heartbeat, stronger than anywhere else he'd felt it, but irregular, strained. The tertiary channel Luna had described ran directly beneath their feet, heading arrow-straight toward the tomb, and the magical current flowing through it was turbulent, surging and ebbing in patterns that reminded Harry of a failing heart. "Shepherd operatives," Bill murmured, his wand out, his senses extended. "I count 4, no, 5. 2 at the tomb, 3 spread across the approach. They've set up alarm wards in a standard perimeter pattern. 30-meter intervals. Can you bypass them?" "Already done. Standard goblin-taught countermeasures. They won't know we're here until we want them to." George's voice crackled through the Protean galleon, DA perimeter established around Hogsmeade and the castle gates. 43 members in position. Neville has command. Luna's doing something with crystals that I don't understand, but she seems confident about. Harry sent back, hold position. Patronus defense ready on my signal. They moved across the grounds in silence, Harry, Daphne, and Bill, 3 figures crossing the moonlit grass toward the white marble tomb. Harry's senses were heightened to a painful degree, every nerve firing, every magical instinct dialed to maximum. He could feel the shepherd operatives, 3 ahead of them, positioned behind cover at the lakeshore, and 2 more at the tomb itself. He could feel the ley line beneath him, its turbulent current growing stronger as they approached the convergence point. And beneath it all, far down, deeper than the ley lines, deeper than the bedrock, he could feel the hollowing. It knew he was coming. It was waiting. They reached the lakeshore without incident. The tomb stood 50 meters ahead, gleaming white, surrounded by a circle of manicured grass that seemed to glow faintly, the residual magic of Dumbledore's protective wards, still active, still potent. The 2 shepherd operatives at the tomb were visible as silhouettes against the marble. "Harry." The voice came from behind them. All 3 of them spun, wands raised. Elphia's doge stepped out of the shadows. He wasn't alone. 6 shepherd operatives flanked him, not the 2 they'd spotted at the tomb or the 3 at the lakeshore, but 6 additional agents, concealed under disillusionment charms that hadn't registered on Bill's scans. The old man had anticipated the bypass and compensated. The operatives at the tomb and lakeshore had been decoys. The Real defense was here. Doge looked old in the moonlight, frail, weathered, his wispy beard stirring in the night breeze. But his wand hand was steady and his eyes were bright with the terrible clarity of conviction. "I hoped you wouldn't come," Doge said. "I truly did." "Then you don't know me very well," Harry replied. "On the contrary. I knew you'd come. I just hoped I was wrong." Doge glanced at the tomb behind Harry. "The stone is in there. You know that. I know that. Let's not pretend otherwise. Then let me take what's mine and we can avoid this." "I can't do that, Harry. You know I can't. The stone is the key to the ward network. In the wrong hands, my family built the ward network. The stone belongs to my bloodline. You're standing between a man and his inheritance, Elphia's, and you're doing it on the authority of a dead man who lied to everyone who ever trusted him." Doge flinched, a tiny movement, barely visible, but Harry caught it. The old man's faith was deep, but it wasn't bottomless. Somewhere beneath the conviction, doubt existed. Harry could work with doubt. "Albus wasn't perfect," Doge said quietly. "I know that. I've always known that. But his imperfections were in service of a cause greater than any individual. The hollowing is real, Harry. You've seen it. You fought it. You know what happens if the wards fail. I know. And I also know that the wards are failing because of what Dumbledore built. Every manufactured bond, every purchased friendship, every manipulated relationship, their structural weaknesses in the ward network. The Hollowing feeds on broken trust, and Dumbledore spent 17 years creating bonds designed to break. His surveillance state isn't protecting us from the Hollowing. It's feeding it. Doge shook his head. You're wrong. I'm not. I've felt it, Elphias. I've connected to the ley lines directly. I've felt the ward network respond to genuine bonds, freely chosen bonds, not manufactured ones. The network was designed to run on real trust. Dumbledore substituted control for trust, and the system is rejecting it. You can't know that, I can. I do. And the fact that you can't feel it yourself is exactly the problem. You've spent so long inside Dumbledore's system that you can't see what it's done. You're a good man, Elphias. A kind man. And you're in service to a machine that's destroying the thing it was built to protect. The night was very quiet. The lake lapped softly at the shore. The moon cast long shadows across the grass. 6 shepherd operatives waited with wands drawn, and Harry could feel their uncertainty, trained operatives who had signed up to save the world and were now pointing wands at the man who had already saved it twice. Stand down, Harry said. Not to Doge, to the operatives. All of you. You joined the shepherds because you believed in protecting people. Look around. Look at what you're protecting. A dead man's secrets. A surveillance network that's actively weakening the wards it claims to maintain. A system of control built by someone who was afraid to trust. He lowered his wand. Daphne made a sharp sound beside him, a protest, a warning, but Harry kept his wand at his side. He looked at Doge and the 6 operatives with an openness that was either incredibly brave or incredibly stupid, and he said, I'm not your enemy. The Hollowing is your enemy. I'm the person who can stop it, and I'm asking you, not ordering, not threatening, asking, to let me try. Silence. One of the operatives lowered her wand. Then another. A third stepped back from the formation, breaking ranks. The conviction was cracking, not because Harry had overpowered it, but because he'd offered an alternative. He'd given them permission to doubt. Doge saw his people wavering and his face crumbled. Not into anger, into grief. The grief of a man watching his life's work dissolve. You don't understand, Doge whispered. If you take the stone and you fail, if the wards collapse, everything dies. Every magical bond in Britain. Every love, every friendship, every connection between human beings. The Hollowing will consume it all. And it will be your fault. Your arrogance, your wounded pride, your refusal to work within the system Albus built. He designed it this way for a reason, Harry. The stone was supposed to bring you to us. To make us partners. To ensure that the most important decision in magical history was made with guidance, with wisdom, with control, Harry finished. That's what it always comes back to. Dumbledore couldn't trust me to make the right choice, so he designed a system that eliminated choice entirely. The stone, the shepherds, the surveillance, it was all a cage. A gilded, well-intentioned, lovingly constructed cage. And I'm done living in it. He turned toward the tomb. Behind him, he heard Doge draw a shaking breath, and he knew, with the instinct that had kept him alive through 7 years of impossible odds, that the old man was going to make one final stand. I can't let you, Doge said, and his voice had changed. The grief was still there, but something else had surfaced, the hard, bright edge of a true believer facing the annihilation of everything he believed in. I'm sorry, Harry. Truly. Harry spun. Doge's wand was up and moving, and the spell that erupted from it was nothing Harry had ever seen, a spiraling column of blue-white light that bent the air around it and carried the unmistakable signature of Dumbledore's magic. Not Doge's spell. Dumbledore's. Taught to him, entrusted to him, held in reserve for exactly this moment. Contingency 17. Bill reacted fastest. His shield charm intercepted the spiral a meter from Harry's chest, but the force of it drove him backward, boots skidding on the grass, and the shield cracked like ice under pressure. Daphne fired back, a precise, vicious hex that caught Doja's shield and shattered it, but the old man was already moving, casting with a speed and fluidity that belied his age. The 3 remaining loyal Shepherd operatives engaged. Bill took on 2 of them, his Cursebreaker training translating seamlessly into combat magic. He didn't just duel, he deconstructed, peeling apart his opponent's spells at the seam and turning their own magic against them. Daphne handled the 3rd with a cold efficiency that was pure Slytherin, no wasted motion, no dramatic gestures, just precise, devastating spell work that overwhelmed her opponent in seconds. Harry faced Doge. The old man was better than Harry expected. Not in raw power, Harry outclassed him significantly there, but in technique, in knowledge, in the particular refinement of someone who had studied magic for over a century. He cast spells Harry had never encountered, combinations of effects that were clearly Dumbledore's design, layered and elegant and deeply, fundamentally controlling. Binding spells. Containment wards. Magic designed not to hurt but to hold, to trap, to restrain, to remove agency. Even in combat, Doge was trying to control him. Even fighting for his life, the old man couldn't let go of the fundamental belief that Harry needed to be managed. Harry shattered the binding spell with a burst of raw magic that cracked the ground beneath his feet. He dissolved the containment ward with a countercharm so precise it made Doja's eyes widen. And then he advanced, not with spells, but with presence, closing the distance between them with a deliberate stride that forced Doge backward toward the lake. "You can't beat me, Elphias," Harry said. Not a boast. A statement of fact. Dumbledore trained me to fight Voldemort. He built me into a weapon capable of destroying the most dangerous dark wizard in history. Did you really think the weapon would be weaker than the man who sent it? Doge fired again, the blue-white spiral, Dumbledore's signature attack, and Harry caught it. Not blocked. Not deflected. Caught. His wand came up and the spiral wound around it like thread around a spindle, the energy compressing, channeling, transforming from an attack into a tool. Harry had learned things during the Horcrux hunt that went beyond standard magic. He'd learned to feel the shape of spells, to understand their structure, to redirect them in ways their casters never intended. He poured the captured energy into the ground. The ley line beneath them surged. The tertiary channel blazed with light visible through the grass itself, a glowing line of golden energy running from their feet to the tomb 50 meters away. The ward stones throughout the grounds resonated, their ancient carvings flaring to life, and for a moment the entire Hogwarts landscape was illuminated by the deep magic of the land. Doge stared. His wand arm dropped to his side. "That's impossible," he breathed. "You channeled directly into the ley line. Without the stone. Without any focusing artifact." Albus said only the stone could. Dumbledore was wrong about a lot of things. This is one more. Harry extended his hand. "Give me your wand, Elphias. It's over." The old man's face was a battleground. Faith warred with evidence. A lifetime of belief crashed against the undeniable reality of what he'd just witnessed. Harry Potter, connecting to the ward network with raw will and genuine bonds, doing with nothing what Dumbledore had needed a 1,000-year-old artifact to accomplish. Doja's wand clattered to the grass. He sank to his knees. Not in defeat, in something closer to release. The weight of decades of secret keeping, of manipulation justified by fear, of maintaining a dead man's systems at the cost of his own moral clarity, it all came off his shoulders at once, and what was left was just an old man kneeling in the moonlight, tired beyond measure. "He was afraid," Doge said softly. "Albus. He was so afraid. Not of Voldemort, he always knew how to handle Voldemort. He was afraid of the Hollowing. Afraid that if he let go of control for even a moment, it would break through. He built everything, the shepherds, the surveillance, the manipulation, because he was terrified. And terrified men do terrible things." "I know," Harry said. "He loved you. I need you to know that. In his own broken, insufficient, controlling way, he loved you. I know that too. But love doesn't excuse what he did. It just makes it sadder. Doge nodded. A tear tracked through the wrinkles of his face. Harry reached down and helped the old man to his feet, and that gesture, the defeated enemy lifted up instead of ground down, was witnessed by every shepherd operative on the grounds. 3 of them had already lowered their wands. The rest did so now. Bill, Harry said, turning to the tomb. Can you open it? Bill was already at the marble sarcophagus, his hands moving over the surface with professional focus. The shepherd additions are neutralized, they fell when Doge surrendered. Dumbledore's original wards are still active, but... He pressed his palm flat against the marble and closed his eyes. They're keyed to intent. And your intent is genuine. Harry, come here. Put your hand on the tomb. Harry crossed the grass and placed his palm against the cool marble. He could feel Dumbledore's magic, immense, intricate, beautiful in its complexity. It probed his intentions with delicate precision, searching for hostility, for malice, for the desire to desecrate. It found none. Harry wasn't here for Dumbledore. He was here for the stone. The marble shimmered. A seam appeared in the surface, not a crack, but an opening, a doorway in the stone that hadn't existed a moment before. Within, resting beside the peaceful remains of Albus Dumbledore, was a stone about the size of a fist, perfectly round, dark as obsidian, pulsing with a light that came from within, a slow, steady beat that matched the rhythm of the ley line beneath the earth. The linchpin stone. Harry reached in and closed his hand around it. The world shifted. It wasn't a physical sensation, it was deeper, more fundamental, as if reality itself had recalibrated around his touch. The ley line exploded with light. The golden glow that had traced the tertiary channel erupted upward, a pillar of radiance that shot into the sky above the tomb and branched, splitting, spreading, following the ley line network outward in every direction. North, south, east, west, threads of golden light racing beneath the earth, illuminating the ancient pathways that connected every ward stone in Britain. Harry felt them all. Every stone, every anchor, every node in the network. He felt them the way he felt his own heartbeat, intimately, instinctively, as if they were extensions of his own body. The ward network wasn't just magical infrastructure. It was alive, in a way. It was a web of connections, of bonds, of trust made tangible through ancient magic. And it recognized him, recognized his blood, his lineage, the Potter heritage that stretched back 1,000 years to the first ancestors who had placed the stones and woven the wards and taken on the burden of keeping the world whole. The stone amplified everything. Where Harry's raw connection had been a trickle, the stone opened a floodgate. He could feel every crack in the network, every weakness, every point of degradation. He could feel the dead zones, wounds in the web where trust had broken and the hollowing had pushed through. He could feel the hollowing itself, vast, ancient, patient, pressing against the containment with a pressure that never ceased. And the hollowing could feel him. The ground trembled. Harry. Daphne's voice, sharp with alarm. She was beside him, her hand on his arm, and even through the overwhelming torrent of magical sensation, he could feel her touch like a lifeline, real, warm, chosen. "It's coming," Harry said. His voice sounded strange to his own ears, layered, resonant, as if the ley lines were speaking through him. The hollowing. It felt the stone activate. The earth split. Not literally, the ground remained intact, but something tore open in the fabric of reality between the tomb and the lake. A fissure in the world itself, a vertical crack through which nothing poured. Not darkness, darkness was something. This was the absence of something. A void that the eye couldn't process, that the mind flinched away from, that reality itself rejected. And through the fissure, the hollowing manifested. It was not what Harry expected. He had braced for the void creatures, the humanoid absences they'd fought at Hogsmeade. Instead, the hollowing came as a presence. A weight. An awareness that filled the space between the tomb and the lake and pressed down on everyone present with the crushing force of an ocean. The temperature plummeted. The moonlight dimmed. The ward stones across the grounds let out a collective scream of magical strain, a sound that wasn't sound but was felt in the bones, in the blood, in the deepest part of the self where identity lived. And the hollowing spoke. Not in words. In feelings. In the dissolution of feelings. Every person on the grounds felt it simultaneously, a stripping away of connection, a sudden, devastating isolation. Harry felt his bonds with the people around him thin and stretch, felt the warmth between him and Daphne cool, felt his trust in Bill and George and Percy and Neville and Luna waver, felt the fragile new scaffolding of his rebuilt life shudder under the assault. You are alone, the hollowing communicated. You have always been alone. Every hand that reached for you was paid to reach. Every voice that called your name was reciting a script. Every embrace was a transaction. You are a product, Harry Potter. Manufactured. Managed. Maintained. There is nothing real in you. There is nothing real in anyone. Connection is an illusion. Trust is a commodity. Love is a service rendered for appropriate compensation. Harry staggered. The stone pulsed in his hand, its rhythm faltering as the hollowing's influence pressed against his connection to the ward network. The golden light in the ley lines flickered. Around him, people were falling. Shepherd operatives dropped to their knees, clutching their heads. Bill swayed, his face gray. Doge crumpled, the old man's already broken faith collapsing entirely under the hollowing's assault. The DA members at the perimeter, Harry could feel them through the network, were struggling, their patron uses guttering like candles in a hurricane. Daphne was still standing. She was pale, her jaw clenched, her hand gripping Harry's arm with desperate strength. The hollowing was working on her too, Harry could feel it trying to sever their bond, trying to convince her that her feelings were strategic, calculated, that she'd chosen Harry because he was useful, because his political capital served her family's interests, because she was Slytherin and Slytherins always had an angle. Don't listen, Harry said, but his voice was thin, stretched, barely audible over the crushing weight of the void. I'm not, Daphne said through gritted teeth. It's wrong. It's lying. It doesn't lie. It tells you the worst possible interpretation of the truth and makes you believe there's no other way to see it. Then give me another way. Harry looked at her. Her gray-blue eyes, bright with fear and determination. Her hand on his arm, holding on not because she needed to but because she chose to. The woman who had walked into a bank, seen a stranger's pain, and offered honesty instead of comfort because she knew honesty was worth more. He turned to face the fissure. The hollowing's presence was immense, a negative gravity, pulling everything toward emptiness. The linchpin stone pulsed in his hand, hot now, resonating with the ley line beneath them, and Harry understood what he needed to do. Not fight. Not push. Not resist. Fill. The hollowing was absence. The opposite of absence wasn't force or power or magical strength. It was presence. Connection. Trust that existed not because it was perfect or untainted but because it was chosen with full knowledge of the risks, the imperfections, the possibility of betrayal. Harry opened himself to the ward network. The linchpin stone blazed. Through it, Harry's consciousness expanded outward along the ley lines, touching every ward stone in Britain, feeling every node in the network. And at each node, he needed an anchor, a genuine bond, a real connection, to power the ward and fill the void. He reached for his people. Not the manufactured connections. Not the purchased friendships. Not the engineered relationships. The real ones. The ones that had survived the ledger, the betrayal, the destruction of everything he'd believed. He reached for Daphne. She was right beside him, her hand on his arm, and their bond was the newest and in some ways the most fragile, untested by time, uncertain of its own shape. But it was real. It was chosen. She had walked into his life with no agenda and no payment and no one telling her what to feel, and she had chosen him anyway. The bond between them sang through the stone and into the ley lines, and the ward stones nearest to them flared with golden light. He reached for George. Across the grounds, at the perimeter, George felt the pull and responded, not with magic but with something deeper. A connection forged in shared laughter and mutual loss, in the unspoken understanding of two people who had been stripped of something essential and had chosen to rebuild rather than break. George's bond channeled through the network and the wards in the eastern sector brightened. He reached for Bill. The steady, competent, scarred cursebreaker who had looked at his own family's betrayal and chosen to stand with Harry not out of guilt but out of principle. Bill's bond was solid, reliable, an anchor in every sense of the word, and it powered the ward stones across the Scottish Highlands like a generator coming online. He reached for Percy. The difficult, rigid, principled man who had endured years of family exile rather than participate in something he believed was wrong. Percy's bond was quiet but deep, the connection between two people who had both been called traitors and both been proven right. It strengthened the wards through the ministry sector, and Harry felt the dead zones in London push back. He reached for Neville. Brave, kind, unshakable Neville, who had been there since the beginning and who had never needed a payment or a directive to stand at Harry's side. Neville's bond was the simplest and strongest, pure friendship, uncomplicated by agenda, tested by fire and found unbreakable. The ward stones across the northern network blazed. He reached for Luna. Strange, wise, perceptive Luna, who saw the world differently because she chose to, who had followed Harry into the Department of Mysteries when she was 14 because he asked and she trusted him. Luna's bond was like nothing else in the network, eccentric, luminous, operating on a frequency all its own, and where it touched the ley lines, the current steadied and smoothed. 6 bonds. 6 genuine connections. The ward network responded like an instrument being tuned, each bond strengthening the whole, each connection amplifying the others, the combined effect greater than the sum of its parts. But it wasn't enough. The hollowing was too old, too vast, too deeply rooted. Harry could feel the containment strengthening, the wards rebuilding, but the fissure in reality was still open and the void was still pouring through. The 6 bonds powered the network beautifully, but the network had been designed for a civilization's worth of connections, not 6 peoples. The gaps were too large. The cracks were too many. Harry needed more. He cast his awareness wider through the network, searching for other bonds, the DA members at the perimeter, their trust in each other and in him. 43 connections, each one contributing, each one real. The network brightened further. McGonagall, inside the castle, her fierce protective love for her students channeling through the Founder's wards. Flitwick, directing magic into the foundation stones with the precision of a master. Hagrid, standing at the forest's edge with tears on his face and an unwavering loyalty that had never once been shaken. More. Better. The wards climbed. But the hollowing pushed back harder, and the fissure widened, and Harry could feel the negative pressure increasing, the void reaching for the bonds themselves, trying to corrupt them, to convince each person that their connection wasn't real, wasn't genuine, wasn't strong enough. You are not enough, the hollowing pressed. You will never be enough. You are one broken boy playing at being an anchor. The real anchor was Dumbledore. He held the wards for decades. You cannot replace him. You are not wise enough, not powerful enough, he's not alone. Harry heard the voice before he felt the bond. Ron Weasley stepped out of the darkness at the edge of the lake. He was breathing hard, he'd run from somewhere, operat badly, stumbled through the grounds in the dark. His face was pale, his eyes wild, his wand clutched in a hand that shook. He looked terrified. He looked determined. He looked exactly like the boy who had sacrificed himself on a chess board at the age of 11 because his best friend needed to get through. Ron, Harry started, but Ron was already moving, walking toward the fissure, toward the hollowing, toward the overwhelming void that pressed down on everyone present like a physical weight. I know, Ron said. His voice cracked. I know I can't help. I know the bond's broken. I know you can't trust me, I can't trust myself. But I'm here. I'm here because you're in danger and nothing else matters. Not the money, not the reports, not the years of, he choked on the words. You're my best mate, Harry. You've always been my best mate. And that part was never, ever manufactured. The hollowing struck at him immediately. It found the guilt, the shame, the self-loathing, the years of compromised friendship, and it amplified all of it, turning Ron's doubts into certainties, his fears into facts. Ron staggered as if he'd been hit by a physical force. But he didn't fall. He planted his feet and raised his wand, and Harry saw something in his eyes that he recognized, the stubborn, bull-headed, impossibly brave determination that had made Ron Weasley walk into a chamber full of giant chess pieces at the age of 11 and say I'll be a knight. Ron couldn't contribute to the ward ritual. Harry felt it when he tried to reach for their bond, it was there, but fractured, full of cracks and breaks and compromised sections. The hollowing had too much material to work with. Too much guilt, too much shame, too many moments where friendship and assignment had blurred together. But Ron wasn't trying to power the wards. He was doing something else entirely. He stepped between Harry and the fissure, physically placing his body between his friend and the void, and he cast the strongest shield charm Harry had ever seen. Not Patronus-level magic, Ron had never been able to maintain a full Patronus under pressure. But a shield charm so dense, so stubbornly solid, so saturated with sheer bloody-minded willpower that it actually deflected the hollowing's pressure for a crucial moment. I've got this, Ron said through gritted teeth, sweat pouring down his face, his wand arm trembling with the strain. Do your thing. I'll hold it. Ron, you can't, the hollowing will, it's already doing it. I can feel it. It's showing me every rotten thing I've ever done, every time I took the money, every report I wrote, every time I was your handler instead of your friend. It's trying to make me believe that's all I am. Ron's shield flickered, and the void pressed in, and he screamed through his teeth and poured more power into it. But it's wrong. It was real. I was a terrible friend and a real friend, and those things can both be true, and I'm not going to let some ancient void parasite use my guilt to kill the people I love. The shield held. It shouldn't have, the hollowing was too powerful, Ron's magic too strained, but it held because Ron Weasley was too stubborn to let it fail. Stubbornness had always been his greatest weakness and his greatest strength, and right now, with the void pressing down on him like the weight of the world, it was the most powerful force on the field. Harry felt something crack in his chest. Not pain. Not the hollowing's influence. Something older, harder, a wall he built in the kitchen of the burrow when Ron's silence lasted 1 second too long. Ron's bond was broken. Fractured. Compromised beyond clean repair. But broken bonds weren't the same as absent bonds. The pieces were still there, the chess game, the flying car, the Horcrux hunt, the moments of genuine, unscripted, unpaid friendship that existed alongside the surveillance and the guilt. The pieces were jagged and mismatched and they didn't fit together the way they used to. But they were there. And they were real. Harry reached for the bond. Not the old bond, that was gone, irretrievable, poisoned at the root. But something new. Something that grew in the cracks like grass through concrete. A bond forged not in the warmth of childhood friendship but in the cold recognition of betrayal and the stubborn, painful, imperfect choice to show up anyway. Not trust. Not yet. But the willingness to trust again, someday, if both of them worked hard enough and were honest enough and didn't flinch from the ugly parts. It was the smallest bond in the network. The weakest. The most fragile. And the ward stones across Western Britain flared to life for the first time in months. The hollowing screamed. Not a sound, an anti-sound, a negation of all frequency, a shriek of frustrated hunger that shook the foundations of Hogwarts and cracked the surface of the lake and sent every person on the grounds to their knees. But the wards held. Harry poured everything he had into the linchpin stone. Every bond, every connection, every genuine relationship he'd built from the rubble of his manufactured life. The stone blazed in his hand like a captured sun, and the ley line network ignited, golden light racing through every channel, every pathway, every thread of the ancient web that held Britain together. The ward stones resonated. All of them. Across the length and breadth of the land, from the northernmost monolith on its North Sea cliff to the smallest embedded stone in a London cellar, the ancient anchors came alive with a power they hadn't held in decades. The light filled the dead zones, not eliminating them but saturating them, pouring connection and trust and genuine human bonds into the voids that the hollowing had hollowed out. The fissure in reality began to close. The hollowing fought it. It thrashed against the containment with the desperate fury of something that had been within inches of freedom and was being dragged back into its prison. The void creatures manifested in waves, dozens, then hundreds, pouring through the narrowing fissure like water through a closing valve. They were met by patron uses. The DA, the professors, the aurors that Percy had coordinated, all of them casting, their silver light joining the golden glow of the ley lines, a spectrum of protection that burned the void creatures to nothing as they appeared. Ron's shield shattered. The hollowing's dying surge hit him full in the chest, and the red-haired boy, man, Harry corrected, man who had come without being asked and stood without being paid, was thrown backward 15 feet, hitting the ground hard and rolling to a stop on the lakeshore. "Ron!" Harry shouted. Daphne was already moving. She sprinted to Ron's side, knelt, checked his pulse with clinical efficiency. "He's alive." Magical exhaustion. The hollowing drained his core, he'll recover, but he needs a healer. Harry turned back to the fissure. It was nearly closed. The hollowing was retreating, pushed back by the renewed wards, forced down into the depths by the combined power of every genuine bond in Harry's network. He could feel it going, could feel the vast, ancient consciousness receding, contracting, falling back into the prison that had held it for a millennium. But before it went, it spoke one last time. Not an attack. An observation. "You are stronger than he was," the hollowing communicated. "Dumbledore held me with control. You hold me with trust. His cage was brittle. Yours will flex." A pause. A vast, cold consideration. But cages, no matter how flexible, can still be broken. "I am patient, Harry Potter. I have been patient for a very long time." The fissure sealed. The void presence withdrew. The negative pressure evaporated, and the night air flooded back in, cold, clean, smelling of lake water and grass and the indefinable electric scent of powerful magic recently discharged. Harry lowered his wand. The linchpin stone pulsed steadily in his hand, no longer blazing, but glowing with a warm, sustained light that matched the rhythm of the ley lines beneath his feet. The ward network hummed around him, restored, stable, anchored to his bloodline and powered by bonds that no ledger had ever documented. The moon came out from behind a cloud. The lake gleamed. The ward stones across the grounds dimmed to a gentle glow, their ancient work resumed, their ancient patience restored. It was over. Not forever. Harry could feel that clearly. The hollowing was contained, not destroyed, and it was as patient as it had promised. The wards would need to be maintained. The bonds that powered them would need to be nurtured, strengthened, protected. It was a responsibility that would outlast Harry's life, a duty passed from generation to generation, a stewardship that asked nothing less than the continuous, deliberate cultivation of genuine trust between people. It was, Harry thought, the most Potter thing imaginable. He walked to where Ron lay on the lakeshore. Neville and Luna were already there, along with Daphne, who had conjured a stretcher and was coordinating with a healer who had arrived from the castle. Ron was conscious, barely, his eyes flickering, his face drained of color. Harry knelt beside him. "That was the stupidest thing you've ever done," Harry said. Ron managed a ghost of a smile. "Stupider than the flying car. Stupider than the flying car. Good. Wanted to set a new record." He coughed. His voice was fading, the magical exhaustion pulling him under. Harry. I know it doesn't fix anything. I know the shield doesn't erase the payments or the reports or, shut up, Ron. Ron blinked. You came. Nobody asked you. Nobody paid you. Nobody told you to. You came because you wanted to, and you stood between me and the void because that's what you chose to do. Not because of a directive. Not because of gold. Because that's who you are when nobody's managing you. Ron's eyes were bright. Wet. He reached up and gripped Harry's arm with what little strength he had left. I want to earn it back, Ron whispered. The trust. I know I can't demand it. I know I can't expect it. But I want to earn it. However long it takes. Harry looked at him for a long time. Then he put his hand over Ron's, and something settled between them that was too new and too fragile to call friendship but was real enough to build on. Okay, Harry said. Okay. Ron smiled, a real smile, exhausted and relieved and achingly hopeful, and then the magical exhaustion took him and he slipped into unconsciousness. The healer moved in, and Harry stepped back, and Daphne was beside him, her hand finding his with the unerring accuracy of someone who knew exactly where she belonged. The aftermath unfolded over weeks. The shepherds were dismantled. Not overnight, the organization was too deeply embedded in the ministry's infrastructure for a clean extraction, but systematically, methodically, with the painstaking thoroughness that Percy Weasley brought to every bureaucratic endeavor. The files were released to the Wizengamot. Every surveillance operation, every payment record, every manipulation documented in Dumbledore's operational fund was made public, reviewed by an independent committee, and entered into the permanent historical record. The Wizarding World reacted the way Wizarding Worlds do, with outrage, denial, debate, and eventually, grudging acceptance. Dumbledore's reputation didn't survive intact, it couldn't, not after the scope of his surveillance state became public knowledge. But it wasn't destroyed either. The man had saved the world, had fought dark wizards for decades, had given his life to ensure Voldemort's defeat. The revelations added shadows to the portrait, not darkness. He was reassessed as what he had always been, a brilliant, flawed, deeply human man who had done extraordinary things for both right and wrong reasons. Harry led the political effort to establish oversight. Working with Daphne, who had, as he'd predicted, proven devastatingly effective in the Wizengamot, he pushed through a series of reforms that created transparent accountability for magical surveillance, established protections for individuals against unauthorized monitoring, and enshrined the principle that protection without consent was not protection but control. The Greengrass assets were unfrozen. The Reconciliation Committee was dissolved and replaced with a genuine restorative justice process that evaluated families on their actions, not their house affiliations. Daphne's father, vindicated, returned to his research with renewed energy, and the Greengrass family began the long, painstaking work of finding a cure for Astoria's blood curse. The ward network stabilized. With the linchpin stone active and Harry serving as the living anchor, the ley lines recovered, the ward stones strengthened, and the dead zones closed, one by one, like wounds healing. Bill established a monitoring system, transparent, publicly funded, accountable to the Wizengamot, that tracked the ward network's health and provided early warning of any hollowing activity. It wasn't a permanent solution. Harry knew that. The hollowing was patient, and cages, even flexible ones, required maintenance. But for the first time in decades, the maintenance was being done openly, honestly, with the knowledge and consent of the people being protected. The Weasley family found its new shape. It wasn't the old shape. It couldn't be. The burrow was still there, still warm, still Molly's domain, but the unquestioning unity that had defined the family was gone, replaced by something more complicated and more honest. Arthur took full accountability. He resigned from the ministry and spent 6 months doing volunteer work with Muggle-born integration programs, driven by a guilt that expressed itself through quiet, persistent action. He and Harry resumed a cautious relationship, not father and son, not anymore, but two men who respected each other's pain and were trying to navigate the wreckage. George became one of Harry's closest allies. The joke shop reopened with new products, new energy, and a back room that served as an unofficial communications hub for the ward monitoring network. George never fully reconciled with his mother, the knowledge of what she'd done sat between them like broken glass, but he maintained contact, because family, even compromised family, was too valuable to abandon entirely. Bill and Fleur remained steadfast. Their friendship with Harry was uncomplicated by the ledger, they'd never been part of it, and their loyalty was their own. Bill continued his work as the primary cursebreaker on the ward monitoring team, and Fleur quietly began a program to bridge relations between British Magical Society and the Beauxbatons community. Charlie, who had been in Romania for most of the drama, came home, assessed the situation with the practical eye of a man who spent his days wrestling dragons, and told his mother he loved her and that she'd made a terrible mistake and that he expected her to spend the rest of her life making up for it. Molly cried. Charlie hugged her. Life continued. Percy came in from the cold. His years of principled exile were reframed, his reputation restored, and he accepted a position in the new oversight commission that Harry established. He was good at it, meticulous, incorruptible, and possessed of the particular moral clarity of a man who had already sacrificed everything for his principles and would do it again without hesitation. Ginny flew. The Harpies called her up from the reserves in November, and she played her first professional match in December to a standing ovation. She and Harry exchanged letters, not frequently, not with the old warmth, but with an honest affection that had been stripped of pretense and was stronger for it. They were friends. Real friends. The kind that didn't need proximity or obligation to sustain the connection. And Ron. Ron and Harry didn't become best mates again. The red leather ledger made that impossible. You couldn't unbake the bread, couldn't unknow the truth, couldn't unhear the silence that had lasted 1 second too long in a kitchen on a rainy evening. But they talked. Slowly, painfully, with long pauses and uncomfortable silences and the occasional sharp word that had to be apologized for. They met for drinks at the Leaky Cauldron once a week, not the old easy camaraderie of childhood, but a new thing, harder and more deliberate, built on the rubble of what had been destroyed. Ron was honest about everything, the payments, the reports, the guilt, the jealousy that had been amplified by the money, the self-loathing that had driven him away during the Horcrux hunt. Harry was honest too, about his anger, his grief, his difficulty trusting, the part of him that still flinched when Ron said something kind because he couldn't be sure it wasn't scripted. It was messy. It was imperfect. It was the most real thing either of them had ever done. They'd never be what they were. But they might, eventually, be something better, a friendship forged not in the innocence of childhood but in the hard-won wisdom of two men who had seen the worst of each other and chosen to stay anyway. Molly was kept at arm's length. Harry didn't punish her. He didn't forgive her. He existed in the complicated space between, visiting the Burrow on holidays with the polite distance of a family friend rather than the easy intimacy of a son. Molly accepted it with a grace that surprised him. She didn't push, didn't plead, didn't try to recreate the old warmth. She cooked. She knitted. She sent jumpers at Christmas. And she never, ever wrote another report. It wasn't closure. It was coexistence. And for two people carrying the weight of love corrupted by gold, it was enough. December came, and with it the first snowfall. Harry stood at the window of Grimmauld Place, now warm, now lived in, now filled with the accumulated evidence of a life being deliberately constructed rather than managed. Daphne's books on the shelves beside his grandmother's novels. George's prototype communication devices scattered across the desk. Luna's ley line charts pinned to the study wall. Neville's herbology plants on the kitchen windowsill, stubbornly growing despite the poor light. A framed photograph from Bill and Fleur's last visit, everyone slightly blurry because Percy had insisted on taking it himself and hadn't quite mastered the timing. The house smelled like dinner. Daphne was in the kitchen, arguing amiably with George about whether Peruvian darkness powder counted as a legitimate cooking ingredient. Bill and Percy were in the sitting room, engaged in a chess game that had been running for 3 days. Luna was curled in an armchair, reading the Quibbler upside down. Neville was setting the table, because Neville always set the table, and the simple domestic reliability of that act made Harry's chest ache in a way that had nothing to do with pain. These were his people. His family. The one he'd chosen, the one that had chosen him, the one that existed in no ledger and was documented in no operational fund. It was, he thought, the most valuable thing he'd ever owned. And it hadn't cost a canute. Daphne appeared beside him at the window. She was wearing one of his jumpers, not a Weasley jumper, but one he'd bought himself, which she'd stolen on the grounds that it was warmer than her own and that possession was 9/10 of the law. "Dinner in 10, she said. "George has been banned from the kitchen." He was trying to add something explosive to the gravy. "It would have been brilliant gravy," George called from the other room. "It would have been a detonation," Daphne called back. She turned to Harry. "You're doing the brooding at the window thing again." "I'm not brooding. I'm reflecting." "You're brooding. You get this particular furrow between your eyebrows." "I've catalogued it." "Catalogued?" "Slytherin. We catalogue everything. It's like your Gryffindor thing with charging headfirst into danger, except useful." Harry smiled. He pulled her close, and she came willingly, leaning into him with the easy intimacy of two people who had stopped pretending they didn't need each other. Her hair smelled like rosemary from the cooking, and for a moment the scent hit him with the force of memory, the Burrow kitchen, Molly at the stove, the phantom of manufactured warmth. But the phantom faded. The rosemary was just rosemary. Daphne was just Daphne. The warmth was real, and it didn't need a ledger to prove it. "Astoria's numbers are improving," Daphne said softly. "The healer thinks the ward stabilization is slowing the curse. The ley line current is affecting her blood magic, strengthening the containment, like a miniature version of what you did with the hollowing. That's good news. It's the best news I've had in 13 years. She looked up at him. Her grey-blue eyes were bright, and for a moment the political strategist and the Slytherin Ice Queen and the tireless advocate fell away, and she was just a woman who had been carrying the weight of her sister's death sentence since she was old enough to understand what a blood curse meant. "Thank you, Harry. For the assets, the research funding, for everything. You didn't have to." "Yes, I did. And not because you asked. Because it's the right thing to do, and because your family deserves better than what the ministry put them through, and because your sister is 13 and brilliant and I want to watch her grow up and be magnificent." Daphne kissed him. Not the desperate kiss on the Scottish hilltop or the quiet kiss in the study before the battle, a kiss of ordinary, sustainable, completely undramatic love. The kind of kiss that happened between two people who were going to have dinner with their friends and then wash the dishes and then go to bed and then wake up tomorrow and do it all again. "You're very annoying," she said against his mouth. "I know. I love you. I know that too. And you're still brooding. I have one more thing to do tonight. After dinner." She pulled back and looked at him. Read his expression. Nodded. "The portrait," she said. "The portrait." Dinner was loud and warm and real. George told jokes that made Luna snort tea through her nose. Percy and Bill's chess game was temporarily abandoned so Percy could deliver a detailed and surprisingly entertaining account of the ministry's latest bureaucratic scandal. Neville showed everyone photographs of a new plant he discovered in the Hogwarts greenhouse that appeared to grow toward sources of strong emotional bonds. Daphne debated magical legal theory with Percy while simultaneously stealing food from George's plate. Harry sat at the head of the table and watched his family and felt the linchpin stone pulse gently against his chest where he wore it on a chain, a slow, steady rhythm that matched the heartbeat of the ley lines and the warmth of the room and the laughter of the people he loved. After dinner, after the dishes, after the goodbyes and the promises to do it again next week and George's parting gift of a decoy detonator that accidentally went off in the hall, Harry apparat to Hogwarts. The castle was quiet. The students were asleep. It was nearly midnight, and the corridors were dark and peaceful, lit only by the occasional torch and the distant glow of the ward stones embedded in the walls. Harry walked through the halls he'd known since he was 11, feeling the castle's magic around him like a familiar embrace, and climbed the stairs to the headmistress's office. McGonagall was expecting him. She let him in without a word, gestured to the office, and left, closing the door behind her with the quiet tact of a woman who understood that some conversations needed privacy. Harry walked to the portrait of Albus Dumbledore. The portrait was awake. It was always awake when Harry visited, as if the magical imprint could feel him coming through the castle's wards. Dumbledore was sitting in his painted armchair, wearing the familiar purple robes, his half-moon spectacles perched on his painted nose. The blue eyes watched Harry approach with an expression that was complex, layered, and utterly unreadable. "Harry," the portrait said. "Professor." They looked at each other for a long moment. Two versions of a relationship that had defined Harry's life, the living man and the echo of the dead one, separated by canvas and paint and the unbridgeable gap between who Dumbledore was and who Harry had needed him to be. "The wards are stable," Harry said. "The hollowing is contained. The linchpin stone is active and anchored to my bloodline. The shepherds are dismantled. The surveillance network is gone. Everything you built to control me and the people around me has been taken apart and replaced with something transparent and accountable and honest." The portrait nodded slowly. "I know. I can feel it through the castle's wards. The network is stronger than it's been in decades. Stronger, I think, than it was under my stewardship." A pause. "You've done well, Harry. I didn't do it for your approval." "No. You didn't. And that is precisely why it worked." The portrait's expression shifted, something moved behind the painted eyes that might have been pride, might have been grief, might have been the closest a magical imprint could come to genuine emotion. "I was wrong, Harry. About the method. About the necessity of control. About the belief that the only way to protect people was to manage them without their knowledge or consent. Were you wrong about the threat?" "No. The hollowing is real, and eternal, and patient. You'll spend your life maintaining the wards. Your children will spend theirs. It is a burden, and I regret that it falls to you. It falls to me because it was stolen from my family. You took the linchpin stone because you didn't trust a potter to do the job. You built the shepherds because you didn't trust anyone to do the job. Everything you did, the surveillance, the manipulation, the purchased friendships, the engineered relationships, all of it came from one fundamental belief, that you were the only person capable of making the right decisions. Yes. And you were wrong." The portrait was quiet for a long time. The fire in the headmistress's office crackled. The portraits of other headmasters dozed in their frames. The castle breathed around them, old and vast and patient. "I was the most intelligent wizard of my generation," the portrait said finally. "I was also the most arrogant. And arrogance, I have come to understand, is merely intelligence without empathy. I understood the threat. I understood the mechanics. I understood the systems and the structures and the strategic necessities. What I did not understand, what I could never bring myself to trust, was other people's capacity to rise to the challenge if given the truth and the choice." "You could have told me everything when I was 11, Harry said. Or 15. Or 17. At any point, you could have said, Harry, here is the truth. Here is the threat. Here is what your family was meant to do. Here is the choice. And I would have chosen to fight. I always chose to fight. You knew that. You used that. But you never trusted it." "No. I didn't." The portrait's voice was soft. "And that failure, that fundamental inability to trust the people I claimed to protect, is the single greatest regret of my life. Greater than Ariana. Greater than Grindelwald. Greater than all the compromises and calculations and greater good justifications that I used to avoid the simple, terrifying act of trusting another human being with the truth." Harry let the words settle. They hung in the air between them like dust motes in firelight. "Can you forgive me?" the portrait asked. Harry looked at the painting, the twinkling blue eyes, the gentle smile, the grandfatherly warmth that had been both genuine and strategic, both comforting and controlling, both the best and worst thing in his childhood. "I understand you," Harry said. "I'll never forgive you. But I don't need to. I'm not yours anymore." The portrait held his gaze. And then Albus Dumbledore, or the echo of him, the imprint, the shadow on canvas, smiled. It wasn't the twinkle. It wasn't the performance. It was something quieter and sadder and more real than any expression Harry had ever seen on the old man's face. "No," the portrait said. "You're not. And I think that's as it should be." Harry turned and walked to the door. He put his hand on the handle and paused, because there was one more thing to say and he wanted to say it right. "The bonds that power the Ward network," he said, without turning around. "They're real. Every one of them. Chosen, not purchased. Earned, not manufactured. They're messy and imperfect and some of them are still healing. But they're real. And they're stronger than anything you ever built." He opened the door. "Goodbye, Professor." He walked through and closed it behind him, and he didn't look back. Behind him, in the quiet office, the portrait of Albus Dumbledore watched the door close and was still for a very long time. Then, slowly, the painted wizard removed his half-moon spectacles, set them in his lap, and bowed his head. The fire crackled. The other portrait slept. The castle held its ancient vigil. And in his frame, for the first and only time, Albus Dumbledore wept. Harry walked through the castle corridors, down the moving staircases, through the entrance hall, and out into the December night. The snow was falling softly, covering the grounds in white, and the ward stones glowed with their gentle golden light, and the ley lines hummed beneath his feet with the deep, steady rhythm of a world held together by trust. He stood on the front steps and breathed the cold air and felt the linchpin stone pulse against his chest, keeping time with his heartbeat, keeping time with the earth, keeping time with every genuine bond that powered the ancient network and held the darkness at bay. He was 18 years old. He was the lord of two ancient and noble houses. He was the anchor of a ward network that had protected Britain for a millennium. He was a man who had been manufactured and managed and surveilled and manipulated from the day he was born, who had discovered the truth and been broken by it and had rebuilt himself from the wreckage into something stronger and more honest than anything his handlers had ever intended. He was not a weapon. Not a pawn. Not a symbol. Not a subject. He was Harry Potter. And for the first time in his life, truly the first time, he was free. He operated home to Grimmauld Place, where the lights were still on because Daphne had waited up, reading in the armchair by the fire, because that was what you did when the person you loved went to do something hard, you left the lights on and you waited and you were there when they came back. He walked through the door. She looked up from her book. She didn't ask how it went, she could see the answer on his face. "Okay?" she asked. "Yeah," Harry said. "I'm okay." He sat down beside her. She leaned into him. The fire burned low. Outside, the snow kept falling on a world that was imperfect, compromised, scarred by betrayal and manipulation and the long shadow of a dead man's arrogance, but whole. Held together. Maintained not by control but by connection, not by surveillance but by trust, not by the calculated machinations of the wisest wizard who ever lived but by the simple, stubborn, impossibly human choice to love each other honestly. It was enough. It was more than enough. It was everything. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.